time. Though I know you will return to me, baby, I hate to be alone tonight. How do you sleep after I'm gone? Baby, I need you now. Late at night in bed, I try to go to sleep. Here without you, you're all I need by my side every day, and sleepless night. I think you're very pretty smile, my friend. You know it helps me every time. It helps me look to a brighter day when you are right by my side. I think you're very pretty smile, my friend. You know it helps me every time. Oh yes it does. It helps me look to a brighter day when you are right by my side. But how do you sleep after I'm gone? Baby, I need you now. Late at night in bed, I try to go to sleep. Here without you, you're all I need by my side every day, a sleepless night. But how do you sleep after I'm gone? Baby, I need you now. Late at night in bed, I try to go to sleep. Here without you, you're all I need by my side every day, a sleepless night. You're all I need by my side, oh every day, a sleepless night. Yes, every day, a sleepless night. Oh, every day, a sleepless night.
KUAMFM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light light on, keep the light on, and remember my face. Big up to all the warriors, working hard every day, no matter what the situation is. Man, love micropollination. Stand up strong and listen to what they book. Element Chris Puma say, and watch these birds flying. They remind me how far I am from where I'm from. They're getting higher and they fly inside me. Righteous soon to tell you how far I've come. Please don't change the love. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Leave the light on, yeah. And remember my face. Well, I will. Said I've got to keep moving, got to keep grooving. Stay focused and keep on improving. Said I've got to keep rocking, got to keep stomping. Longevity's what we're pursuing. There's been times where I just felt like giving it all up, but I knew I couldn't stop when I hear my people come. Blood of a dynasty, yes, heart of a chief. Any obstacle we pass through, we not defeat. So big up to all the warriors, working hard every day, no matter what the situation is. Man, love micropollination. Stand up strong and listen to what they book. And I'm on Chris Puma say, change the love. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Leave the light on, yeah. And remember my face. Now the truth is that when I go, I miss you like hell, but there's so much to do and I'm not done. I'll be back soon just to say hello and wish you well. Then let us fall apart while I'm gone. Please don't change the love. Keep the number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on. And remember my face. Please don't change the love. Keep the number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on, yeah. And remember my face.
Die sombranzelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes di hum niga, Radzaudzen melek estrellas durante todo em memu. A nogi distância como kupugi palu. Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, centamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big islas en Paraiona, Parai Gloria, a viva islas en
it's you that I'm longing for. All I can do is think of you. It's you I adore. I need you more. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh no. In every season, you say there's a reason why you can't be by my side. But I don't understand just how you could stay away for so long from sweet Havana. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. See, it's time for a love takeover. Come and rub a dummy, rest your head on my shoulder. Me, I give you loving like you never knew. Me, I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Listen, it's time for a love takeover. Come and rub a dummy, rest your head on my shoulder. Me, I give you loving like you never knew. Me, I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Yeah, my love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning. Morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe,
Link
sir.
family.
Joe, sir, with our parking lot cam and beautiful scenic Harmon.
The sun is starting to come out a little bit earlier these days.
Yeah. Still pretty dark out there. What kind of day is it, guys? It rained a little bit on the way in. It's Wednesday.
It
what
looks to
kind-
be a beautiful Ash Wednesday.
Right on. Thank you. Yep. Ash Wednesday. A lot of traffic around the churches this morning. Man, Santa Teresita, Mungitown popping this morning.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Several of our islands parishes already began the first of a few masses. Like I was saying, several of the parishes had mass at 6 a.m. There's a few more that we'll be doing so at 7. We got the schedule and everything. We're going to talk about that too. And Pali Paul is coming on, right?
Yes, Father Paul is coming on after Mass. He's in actually, well, as we speak, the Father is celebrating Ash Wednesday Mass.
And we know everybody's asking, how can I receive the ashes and, do so in a safe way?
Right. And so we'll get all the deets from him. Jay, we got the whole schedule of Masses here.
We do. We're going to share that. Oh, I got it too.
Yeah. Okay, he's got it too.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your schedule of Ash Wednesday Masses this morning, the one and only Jason Solis. Good morning.
Do you realize what you said yesterday? You're like, oh, let's do this news like starring Jay. I was like, starring. Okay. Just so you know, and I'm going through the schedule. It's rather lengthy, but that's good. All of the island's various parishes. In Barragata, San Vicente San Roque had Mass at 6 a.m. They'll also be having it at 12 noon and 6 p.m. The noon and 6 p.m. Masses there in Barragata will be live streamed on their website. 6:30 Mass, which should be starting just momentarily over in Ordet, Chalampago at the Our Lady of Peace and Safe Journey. Derido, Santa Barbara, the 2-level church. They had Mass at 6 a.m. They'll also be having it 8, 12:15, and 5:15. 6:30 Mass also happening down in Inarajan. Try to say, yeah, most of the island's parishes, it looks like, started Mass at 6 a.m. For the big villages. Oh, this is interesting, Chris. St. Jude Catholic Church over in Sinahania. 5:30, 6:30, 4:15, and 5. They're having mass. Over in Tamuning at St. Anthony's, 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12:15, 5 p.m., and 7 p.m. And it is a school day for the island's Catholic school children, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, Joe Sir said yeah because your daughter goes to St. Anthony's.
Yeah. Totally. Duh, Jay. It's school day for Catholic schools.
Okay, Chris,
yeah, come
your
on.
son goes to FD.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah. Well, Bree probably would be here if she didn't have to bring Brock to school, right?
Right,
So-
yeah. Hey, guys, Bree's still here. She's coming in at 8.
Okay, if you were wondering about our friends down in Tumon, Mass started at 6 a.m. That was in the church only, in the sanctuary, and it's 6 p.m. tonight. It's going to be in the church and at the parking lot. Down in Umatek, Mass is 7 p.m. tonight. Up in Jigo, the Santa Bernadita Catholic Church. Now, that's the one, Chris. And remember, Jigo has two parishes. That's the one over in Machinao, way on the backside of Jigo. They had Mass at 6. They'll also have Mass at high noon, and then Mass at 6 p.m. The 6 p.m. one will be live streamed. On the other side of Jigo, at the Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church, where Father Paul Gofigan is the pastor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's going to be at, they started Mass, like you said, Father Paul is in Mass right now, 6 a.m., 12:10, 5 p.m., and 7 p.m. And over in Jotnya, 6 a.m., 8:30, and 6:30 p.m. I'm going to put these up like in the...
And Total Church.
Oh, yes, and Joe Sir, because he does audio-visual for MTM. What?
Yeah, MTM.
Okay, so what's... so Joe Sir is saying...
6 a.m., then 5:30.
Okay, 6 a.m. and 5:30,
Right
according
on.
to...
Yep. So basically, there's
Mr.
a mass
Jarulo
for
here.
everybody, guys.
Yeah. So I'm going to
An
put
Ash
these up so
Wednesday.
you guys can
Thank
see
you.
it.
He's going to put them in the comments. Like I said, there's an Ash Wednesday mass for everybody. Like my grandma used to say, and I'm paraphrasing here, if you can go to indoor dining, you can go to mass. So, yeah, well, I'll see you at church later on, guys. And we'll get Father Paul on to find out. Because, you know, if you're not going at 6 a.m. this morning, I want to get Father Paul in and let you guys know how it's going to go. So that way you don't go in cold later. You don't go up there thinking like one thing's going to happen and then another does.
Is today one of the days where we're not supposed to make noise? I know
No.
Holy Week is definitely
Yeah,
illegal.
it's not. Yeah.
No, but
You know what kind of noise you make today, Jay? You make a joyful noise.
there you go. It is written.
No, Holy Week, that's like way at the end.
Yeah. I never really knew because when I would go to my grandmother's house in Agani Heights, it were like some days was like, okay, don't make noise. I was like, all right, am I in trouble or is this like a religious thing or is it, we've got neighbors visiting or?
Was that like every day or just Holy Week?
No, Holy Week is definitely do not make noise.
Right,
We
yeah.
knew that. Me and my cousins, it was like we couldn't even talk to each other.
Yeah, it was just good memories. Let me just say good memories.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that, guys. I just was always getting whooped in the Easter season. That's all I remember.
Okay.
And
so,
there's this that would tell us if you make noise during Holy Week, this wild pig. It sounds kind of crazy. Like this wild pig would come down from the mountain, the Babwin Karesma, and it'll take you out in the jungle for making noise
really?
during Holy Week. Yeah.
Drag you,
I did a whole song about it. Cello, it's Holy Week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
No, you know what's interesting? I know.
I did some songs, guys, once,
Since you brought that up, I do know in Japanese culture. Tell me if you guys have heard this already, or Link fam. There's a pink elephant known as the Baku, which in Japanese culture watches over kids when they sleep and eats their bad dreams and like takes care of them. It's like your protector. It's a big pink elephant that's your friend. And if you have nightmares and everything like that, he takes care of them for you.
I don't even know what to say anymore, Jay.
It's a cross-cultural show.
It is, yeah. We're going to get a little bit of this culture. We're going to get a little bit of the pink elephant that eats your bad dreams, too. What's it called?
Baku.
Baku. Right on.
Okay, but getting back to our culture here, we want to know now, because officially the Lenten season has begun, what are you giving up for Lent? Keep it clean, guys. We've tried to do these with like man on the street reports like over the years and everything. Like a lot of those we couldn't use because you just approach someone with a microphone at the mall. People say some crazy stuff.
Right.
To a total stranger too. It's like, hey, I'm Jason from KUM. What are you giving up for Lent? And we're like, all right, we can't use that.
Right on. I'm giving up the hanky panky. That's
Yeah.
what he's saying, guys, in case you didn't know.
And what are the most popular things to give up?
People always give up rice and soda.
Cursing, smoking.
Sometimes, meat. Some people give up meat for the whole Lent.
As you should.
Right. But then some people don't always stop doing stuff. They try to start doing things. right? So instead of stopping to do, things that, are bad or you enjoy, giving up something, sometimes people start doing things that are more charitable or,
I've
more
I've
holy.
seen that more recently.
Yeah. Kind of a new thingy. I don't know. Or did you guys think about, Joe, sir? Did you think about what you're going to give up for Lent? Because it's just automatic. I always think, what am I going to give up? Just meat. So what kind of meat, though? Because nowadays, chicken is not meat. I thought chicken was meat.
Chicken has never been meat.
It's meat. It's
No,
in
no,
an
pul-
animal. It's
pul-
the
poultry-
flesh of an animal,
No,
guys.
but poultry is like its own
Yeah, I
thing.
know. That's like an asterisk thing. Because you see, back in the day, that when they said give up meat, they meant give up meat. But then people were just too soft, so the church had to like change stuff up.
Oh, really? No, my
They're like,
gra-
oh, they can't. They're crying because they want to eat chicken.
no, my nana.
Okay, do an asterisk. Okay, you can eat chicken.
My nana always said, she's like, okay, no beef stew today, no steak, none of that stuff and everything like that. But definitely like
We
she'd make
just always
chicken-
ate fish. It was always Fishy Friday. It was no chicken.
Oh, she'd always make like
Yeah.
chicken soup. And my
Yeah,
my nana's
'cause you're
chicken soup was
soft.
the best. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, all right.
Like I got about 47 cousins who would maybe disagree. But
Right, I know, I got you.
no.
Yeah, so Lenten season, a lot of good memories.
What is the hardest thing to give up for Lent? Because I know, like, again, the most common ones tend to be
Rice, I
Same-
think rice is probably the same one.
cursing, rice, and smoking.
I think rice. Rice is hard because the food on Guam, it needs to be. Our food is so potent, guys. It needs to be watered down with rice. That's the whole problem. Our food is just it has too much a day that you can't take it pure. You have to cut it.
Actually, no, you're right. A lot of people do say soda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
soda.
What do people?
But I
have my
don't really
phone.
drink soda, so it's not a thing.
Yeah.
And
What
you
are
know,
people saying in the
I've
chat
got to
room?
admit, Jay, though, there's been some years where I kind of like skated by giving up something that I didn't already, like soda. Like, oh, I'm going to give up soda this year. Like, yeah, you don't even drink soda.
Yeah.
So any
Real coffee.
coffee, ooh, that's tough.
Oh, coffee,
Right,
good,
yeah.
good one, Joe, sir. Coffee would be tough these days because coffee is such like a big, you have to drink.
I don't know
coffee
what
to
kind of
exist
show
on
this would
social
be if
media.
I gave up coffee, guys.
So wake me up.
We have to be like a night show.
No, but even these days, it's like coffee is so like multi-defined. It's like, oh, this isn't coffee, it's Starbucks.
Bev Test, Jason Blunt, or Solace. This is one of my favorite Lent jokes. What are you giving up? I'm giving up. People always say that.
Oh yeah. What are you giving up for Lent? I'm giving up Lent.
Yep, Saturday, I always got a spanking. That's true. It was funny during Holy Week, like the only ones who could make noise were the elders. Like they were making noise like, you guys better be quiet. Like, why do we have to be quiet? Why are you yelling?
Oh,
I
no.
guess they get a pass.
You don't even dare question like one of your elders. It's like when I actually got spanked by a nun when I was at St. Anthony's because I was like I said there, I remember I was in 6th grade and we were doing like a spelling thing, right? And I was like, Sister Mary Thomas, I don't know how to spell psychology. And she was like, look it up in the dictionary. And I was like, Sister Mary Thomas, I'm not trying to talk back, but if I don't know how to spell it, how do I look it up? And the whole class cracked up and I got the yardstick
Yeah.
right on my backside, and that stung.
That's right. Those kids who
She
might
was
be
upset at
who
that
might be
one.
listening this morning, they used to spank us in school. Do you guys know that? We used to get spanked in school. I got spanked a couple times.
No, see, I got spanked when I was in middle school when I went to public school, but that's because the vice principal was my Nino, and they were like, I mean,
Oh, so you got an extra.
yeah, because the only people like, and this is like unofficial like Chamorro discipline child rearing code, right? The only people that can discipline you are your parents, your grandparents, and your Nino and your Nina.
I wish I'd have known
And-
that growing up.
I mean, they don't need permission. I mean, they can scold.
I
you,
just
they
get
can-
my ass whooped out of the blue. Like, who are you? I'm your uncle. Okay. Okay. Guys, so what are we giving up for Lent? Joe Sir's giving up meat, but he's giving up red meat, to be specific. Are you giving up pork?
Yeah. Pork and beef.
Pork and beef.
Pork and
okay.
beef.
And chicken too.
And is that for the whole Lent, or is it only because it? I don't know, Joe.
No
for me,
tocino.
it was just always the whole Lent. But now it's like there are some people who say, "Oh, you only have to do certain days."
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Have you ever talked to like the nice priest? You ever get the nice priest? There's like the priests who are like old school by the book, the Old Testament, and then you get the nice priests who are like, "Oh, holy day obligation. You only got to do it, you know,
Oh, you mean like
a
kind of
certain
like
day a week or whatever.
kind of like the Robert De Niro like priest is like,
Yeah.
let's go, Father Bobby. He's got a
Hey,
really good
forget
hook.
about it. What do you give up for Lent? You only got to give that up on a Tuesday.
he's-
Hey.
Robert De Niro has played those roles where like he's the really cool priest who used to be like a Gold Glove boxer who grew up in Brooklyn and then
Yeah.
then he found God, and so like now he's really really street smart, but he's
That's
also,
not even a real movie, guys. Jay's just on his.
No, that was Sleepers.
No, Sleepers. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sleepers a fantastic movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a-
I got spanked with a huge paddle. Bro, okay. When I got spanked, the principal's paddle, it had holes in it to cut down the wind resistance. So he could really come in there. Like, this guy was scientific with it. There's no resistance. Like, you could hear that.
That actually makes it worse because the anticipation.
We could do a whole show on child abuse. Yep, no drag.
No drag.
We should just have like a child abuse appreciation day where, you know, we just talk about how we got hit with everything when we were growing up just to, you know, scare the kids. Like Scared Straight. They don't even do that anymore. Did you guys have Scared Straight yet?
We watched Scared Straight when I was
we
a
watched.
sophomore.
We had Scared Straight come to the school.
Oh really? No,
Yeah.
we watched the
Totally
video.
backfired though, because all the boys are like, "Dude, check out that guy's tattoo." Right on. They're like, it's supposed to be a cautionary tale, but they look at it like a role model.
No, it's at Sanchez. They made
That guy's
us
badass though.
they made us sit in the library at Sanchez when I was a sophomore, and then we had to watch the video, and that was, I mean, it made an impact. But yeah, we never actually had the program come out. I mean, I was surprised that didn't make an impact.
Yeah, well, they don't do it anymore. 6:33. It's the link. Good morning. We always kind of, you know, start the show with a little bit of obla, right? Because Jason saw us. You never know where he's going to go with it, and it's always a good time.
Yeah. And please be safe if you're making your way to, if you're going to your parish to receive the ashes today, because we've got people going. Yeah, we're looking outside. Joe had that beautiful shot, but traffic's starting to pick up a little bit around the island. But please be safe.
Right on. 6:34. The show is brought to you by Cobble Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647. Cool. Here's who's coming up this morning. Where are we at? All right.
There you go.
We're getting Father Paul right after Mass, 6:45 sharp. That's what he said. 7 o'clock. There's actually a pro-life rally today. And so we're going to get Michelle Armenta. She ran for senator. She's a big pro-lifer. She's on a few of the committees or something. To kind of talk about, and they're doing it in support of Dr. Tom Shea, who they called a silent ally for pro-lifers. And there's a release. So we'll get Michelle on to talk about
The
that.
doc, of course, an OBGYN.
Right, yeah. And then we're also getting Chief of Police Steve Ignacio this morning, Superintendent of Education John Fernandez, and then we'll get the acting SHPO Carlotta Leon Guerrero, who we were supposed to have yesterday, but it was so crazy we had to move stuff around. And then there was a blistering audit that came out. I like the blistering audit. There was a blistering audit that came out of the port. Again, what they did at the public auditor's office is they're kind of going through the back pay and the settlements awards that were given to rehired employees there at the port. Most of them are like the Port 7. And so they released the first part of their audit yesterday. And this thing was crazy, man. I don't know if we could put it up in the comments. I'll shoot you a PDF, Jay. But basically they found that the port overpaid one of the employees who was rehired by something to the tune of, like, it wasn't chump change. It was like over $100,000, and there's all these questionable things that the public auditor raised, which of course the port totally disagreed with. And just the back and forth, it was like 37 pages of the port disagreeing with the public auditor's the auditor's findings. And so it was like and if you read the audit, and we'll put it in the comments, it's like the port would say, "We don't agree with that," and then the OPA would respond, "Well, you're dumb for not agreeing with that because we actually did our homework on this." And then the port would be like, "We don't agree on that." And they're like, "Well, you're in this." It was just 37 pages of back and forth. It was pretty juicy. So we're going to be reading excerpts from it. I told Bree we should do like a theater. You know what I mean? Right?
So it was kind of
Where
like,
I'm going to do my Rory voice, and then she could do she wanted to do like a British accent or something.
Oh, so we'd have the port versus like Mr. Byrne, or
I don't know. She just likes doing the British accent. Yeah, so that came out, and I asked Rory to come on, but the audit came out, and then the port They said, "Oh, we want a review by the Attorney General because he likes us." Paraphrasing. And so they said they want to get a review from the Attorney General. And so I asked Rory, I said, "Hey, come on." He goes, "Oh, no, since I sent it over to the AG, I don't think I should come on." I was like, "Dude, you had 37 pages of comments on this thing, and you don't want to come on?" So anyway, I put the ask out, but he's not coming on. And so we're getting the public auditor, BJ Cruz, at 9:15. I think it's going to be a good interview. I was kind of surprised with this audit and how blistering it was. It was pretty fierce.
Can I just ask that you not use the term blister immediately after you talked about getting spanked with a paddle? You're just bringing back bad memories, bro.
Right. So it's going to be juicy. I think it's going to be juicy because BJ, man, he says some things sometimes that look good, sound okay. So we'll do that 9:15. Anything else, Jay? You got going on? Do we have any segments?
Well, we got Cover Me today.
Right. Yes, we do.
We have,
which is brought to you by Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish.
And today is a really.
That sounds good. Let's not give up BK Big Fish for Lent. Right.
Let's do that. Let's actually do that for lunch. Let's go get fish sandwiches.
Right on.
BK does have a.
I want a Manihog burger.
That'd be good. But how many Manihawks would it take to make a whole patty?
That's like $1 million question, Jay.
That's the whole talaza right there.
Right. Yeah.
On...
And then what are you going to do? Are you going to ground it up and make it into like a ground Manihawk? Or are you just going to put a bunch together, fry it, and make it like a loose? That's actually a good idea, dude. That sounds like it would be good, Joe, sir. Yeah. Fried Manihawk, crispy, right? What do you call it in Filipino? In Tagalog? Dilis or what?
Bungus?
Dilis, yeah. Is that Manihawk?
Yeah.
Yeah. So fry it up crispy, put it on your Hawaiian sweetbread, just like a whole mountain of it.
Oh,
cuz broke the mouth, literally, because the bones broke the mouth. And then you put some coleslaw over it. Ooh, what? The Chamorro coleslaw, though. Damn!
Wow.
Hope you guys are writing this down. Where's Chef Peter Duenas? Write this one down. Manihawk burger for Lent only, trademark malfunction. All right.
Make sure to tag Chris.
Yeah, make sure. I want 5%. 6:39. Well, since Sabrina's coming in at 8. All right, good morning, Sean Gumatauto.
Hey, Sean.
Since Sabrina's coming in at 8, Jason Solis gets to do the news this
again.
morning.
And we mentioned yesterday when Sean was an anchor here for many, many years, he would always do the show with the ashes. And I mentioned this yesterday. I said when I started, I was like, when you receive the ashes on Ash Wednesday, do you have to wash them off or you put them? And Sean, as long as I've been doing this and everything like that, Sean always had he was always really good with makeup when he anchored. I learned a lot about makeup from. I have never worn any makeup. Wait, did you ever wear makeup when you anchored the news?
That's why I didn't like doing the news.
You were like al natural, right?
I started with Carmen Ulloa back in the day, and she would love to. I was like the makeup doll. They're like, "Come here, Chris," and then do all this stuff, and I'd be like, "Whoa, who am I? Who's this guy in the mirror?"
You were literally the pretty me Barbie, right?
It was too much.
Yeah, no, Carmen.
That's when I was like, no, I want to go be on the radio. All right, so it's 6:40. Yeah, thanks for checking up on us, Sean. Sabrina tells Sean, "Hey, check up on those guys and make sure they're not getting too crazy." Right? I could totally see that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
6:40 now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning, partner, and thank you so much. I've got some news about Guam's COVID status right now. On Monday, 2 island residents tested positive for coronavirus out of 591 samples that were performed last Friday. A single case has been identified through contact tracing. Guam now has logged 7,701 officially reported cases since last March, with 130 deaths, with 71 people currently having active cases of coronavirus and 7,500 recoveries. Guam's CAR score is subsequently 0.3. We had Dr. Felix Cabrera on yesterday, and he said we're still shooting for a flat CAR score of 0.0. Now, the Joint Information Center also reports that nearly 42,000 people, 41,918 to be exact, have now been vaccinated. Of those, about a third have gotten both the first and second shots. Now, speaking of vaccine, Public Health and the Guam National Guard continue with their vaccination clinics this week, as village-based vaccinations continue on Friday down in Agate at the village's gym from 9 in the morning until 3 p.m., during which time 100 doses will be administered. In addition, the Guardsmen will continue operations this week over in Minglilao at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse through Saturday from 1 in the afternoon until 7 p.m. A limited number of walk-ins will be accepted, but eligible individuals are encouraged to make appointments, and it's really easy to do. All you have to do is take your smartphone or your iPad, tablet, what have you. Just scan the QR code. It will redirect you to the website. You can book your appointment. Really easy to do so. And you can find all of the QR codes on our Instagram feed or our Facebook page at KUM News. Please use those QR codes. Really simple to do, and you can make sure that you and your family get your shot if you're in the eligible community. Well, in addition, in an effort to ration Guam's current allotment of the vaccine, those due for dose number 2 are being prioritized. Next week, Public Health will be authorized to place their next order for the month of March. Over 21,000 doses are expected to arrive within the first week. For the time being, the Vaccine Committee has authorized Rexall Drugs and Kmart to receive vaccines. So Rexall Drugs and Kmart will be getting the next shipment of vaccines for March. Each will receive a total of 200 doses. And now for your link update, here's our own Peter Santos, who has a look at the island news you need to know as you head out around the island this morning.
Buenos and Hafa Day, I'm Peter Santos. The Guam Office of Public Accountability has released the first in a series of audits looking into how the Port Authority settled and reinstated 9 former employees. All 9 are back with the agency after their cases were resolved with the Civil Service Commission.
The first audit report released today focused on an employee identified only as Employee Q. According to the findings, as a result of this particular employee's termination lawsuit, the port paid a total of $542,275 in back wages, Medicare tax, retirement contribution, attorney's fees, and legal cost and interest.
We also found that there were some things that the port did that we thought we should point out to the port and to the government, the Guam legislature, in the hopes of attending to it. One is that they found that the performance evaluations for 2012 and 2011 and 2012 were not signed by the general manager, and under the port personnel rules and regulations, the personnel evaluation doesn't go into effect until it's certified by the general manager.
But according to the audit report, the uncertified performance evaluations or increments were included in the back pay calculations.
The incumbent board management decided that it was going to give the maximum increment per year, and we thought that it should be that there should be a standard, and that though the employee had had an outstanding evaluation for the 3 prior years, 2 of them had not been certified by a general manager.
According to the audit, the OPA found significant deficiencies in the port's calculations, which resulted in overpayments of at least $95,000 in back wages and $18,000 in interest, for a total of $114,000 in overpayments. Among the findings, the OPA noted that legal remedies to settle this employee's case were executed without seeking the board's approval, and a 6% interest charge was paid to the employee without any court-ordered requirement, negotiated terms, and proper calculation.
Rather than doing the 6%, we thought that what the port management should have done was negotiated an interest, because the law says maximum 6%. The port should have negotiated an interest lower than what was given, the 6%.
According to the report, the port general manager disagreed with the majority of the audit findings and recommendations, and late this afternoon the port requested the AG's office conduct a review of the OPA audit to provide legal guidance on whether any post actions will be required. Port GM Roy Respicio stating, quote, "Our management position remains firm in that we acted in accordance with the law, the PAG's personnel rules and regulations, and with the PAG Board's authority, as well as Civil Service Commission, Superior Court, or Supreme Court orders whenever such orders are applicable to any of these personnel cases." Respicio added that, quote, "Moreover, our management team acted under the advice and guidance by the port's in-house counsel in the development of the settlement templates. We therefore maintain our disagreement with the OPA's findings."
Another $181 million in federal unemployment assistance is available in the Guam Department of Labor account. $97 million is allocated for pandemic unemployment assistance and $84 million for federal pandemic unemployment compensation. GDOL says a new batch of PUA and FPUC payments worth almost $22 million should be in accounts by the end of the week or early next week. Meanwhile, there's been no official announcement yet, but Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has hinted about declaring PCOR 3 as early as Friday. But Labor Director David De La Sola says if and when the governor further eases restrictions, PUA claimants will have to submit proof that they're actively seeking work.
You're going to have to start essentially job searching. And that's a whole new dynamic that basically we never implemented because we've always been pretty much in a shutdown, not a recovery mode with this PUA program. So there's a requirement to look for like 3 jobs a week, and you have to upload that on your weekly claim process, and which is going to change and require a lot more effort on the claimant part.
Right.
GDOL says a total of $560 million in assistance has been paid out since last June and more than $54 million in the last 2 months alone. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero received the updated guidance on the reopening of bars today from Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association President Mary Rhodes. However, Adelup did not say specifically if drinking establishments would be allowed to open should the governor decide to move to PCOR 3 on Friday. Communications Director Crystal Pacos San Augustin said the proposal is now under review, but clarified that, quote, at this point under consideration with the transition into PCOR 3 is increased occupancy limits for some business activities, end quote. JHRA's Rhodes spoke about the guidelines in an earlier interview with KUAM.
The Economic Advisory Group will be meeting as a group tomorrow, and the person in charge of that is Ken Cook, and they did reach out to me last night just to make sure that we're ready to submit a draft plan at least. And so I know that they're planning to meet with the governor on it next week. So I did get confirmation on that. What I don't want to see happening is, you know, we should give the business owners some time to prepare. I know that when announcements have been made, it's like effective the very next day or in a couple of days. And we have time to get businesses to prepare.
In an interview Monday, the governor was non-committal about allowing bars to reopen immediately with the declaration of PCOR 3. That's all we have for now. We'll see y'all at 6.
All right, thanks so much, Pete. Good job as always. And in national headlines this morning, Donald Trump was acquitted, as you know, of inciting a riot in the Senate, but now the former president is being sued. Skylar Henry has more details from Capitol Hill.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced she will push for a commission to investigate the January 6th assault on the Capitol. The Speaker says the commission would be modeled after the one formed to investigate the 9/11 attacks. That bipartisan panel was created through legislation. Speaker Pelosi says she wants this commission to be independent. Some House Republicans say they support an independent review, but in a letter to Speaker Pelosi, they say she has made decisions without consulting Republicans, raising questions about her political motivations.
Complicating the work of any commission is the fact that the attack on the Capitol had partisan political motivations.
I don't know any Trump supporters that would do that. I don't.
And to that point, we don't.
I wasn't afraid going into January 6th there are going to be riots.
Republican Senator Ron Johnson appeared on a Wisconsin radio show and questioned many of the reported aspects of the deadly assault.
This didn't seem as like an armed insurrection to me. I mean, armed, when you hear of armed, don't you think of firearms?
Police did seize firearms from some of the members of the mob. Others used flagpoles and hockey sticks as weapons against Capitol Police. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
All right, and finally, as we were mentioning, Paul Gofigan from the Jigo Church is coming up momentarily, but we did put the schedule of all today's masses for Ash Wednesday in the comments. So if you would like to see when your favorite parish will be having mass this morning, most of the parishes are having multiple masses throughout the day. Again, we said at the top of the show, many of the island's Catholic parishes began mass at 6 a.m. this morning. Some are beginning at 7, but we do have that full schedule. It's a PDF, so make sure you hit the link in our comments and you can see when your village parish will be holding mass for Ash Wednesday. I can't even say that, Chris. We'll be having mass for Ash Wednesday. Thank you.
Wednesday, mash. I mean, there's worse ways you could mess that up, Jay.
Yeah.
6:51. We'll take
ever the optimist.
Right, you know. We'll be back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Right on. I love BK Big Fish.
I wonder if they would, because today is Ash Wednesday, if they would make that for breakfast. Maybe we could pull a couple strings. We could get our friend Rudolph.
Yeah.
Mr. GM over there.
You
of
know,
31
hey, yeah,
years.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, he knows how to do everything. He can do the fryer. He can do the grill. He can do the... Right? He's one of those great bosses that knows how to do everything. So if he wanted to, like, go and cook up some BK Big Fish...
He's a hands-on
He could
boss.
totally do it. He has the power.
Yeah, Rudolph Rodolfo, great guy.
6:55. So thank you, Burger King, for supporting the local music with our Cover Me segment. This is Dan and Keanu right here. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King at 6:55. Good morning.
So making it easy, 'cause I don't wanna be alone, baby. Wrap it up, throw it all on the paper. Wrap it up, gonna need it at the club tonight. Said who are you with? Said who are you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Wrap it up, and if you do me a favor, I'll pick you up and it'll be so nice. Who you with? Said who you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. I'm gonna get that appeal to me. I'll do it all just to make it all easy. Gonna set it off slow, and then everything's gonna take me through it all to making it easy. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone, baby. Wrap it up, throw it all on the papers. Wrap it up, gonna need it at the club tonight. Who we get with? Said who you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Wrap it up, and if you do me a favor, wrap it up. I'd pick you up and into the beast all night. Who we get with? Said who you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Got to sing up at Armadillo's just to burn it all clear. And then I'll be spinning around Hood Street. Nobody's gonna care. You know you make me all jealous when you do me like that. Now I'm feeling everything like I thought I would. Yeah, making it easy. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone, baby. Wrap it up, throw it all on the papers. Wrap it up, gonna need it at the club tonight. Who we get with? Said who are you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Wrap it up, and if you do me a favor, I'd pick you up and into the beast all night. Who we get with? Said who are you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Said oh la 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 la. Said oh na 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 la. Said oh na 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 na. Said oh na 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 na. Yeah, making it easy. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone, baby. Wrap it up, throw it all on the papers. Wrap it up, gonna need it at the club tonight. Said who we get with? Who you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Wrap it up, and if you do me a favor, wrap it up. I'd pick you up and into the beast all night. Who you get with? Said who you with? 'Cause I'm gonna have some tonight. Said oh na 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 na. Said oh na 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 na. Said oh na 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 na. Said oh na 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 na.
It looks like they're right on the bay.
It does, yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
yeah.
That
And
was,
you know, Chris
that was
was
Dan Tapasnia and Keanu.
And Chris was actually pointing it out. So was Joser that was a
Right-handed
guitar strung upside down. There's another person who's played guitar just like that had a right-handed guitar strung backwards.
Yeah, you might have heard of him.
Yeah, a certain gentleman from Seattle, Washington named James Marshall Hendricks.
Yeah, James is colloquially known as Jimmy.
Yeah, he was kind of good.
Yeah, Jimi Hendrix. He was left-handed.
Mm.
Yeah, he's all right. He's okay. He could do some things on the.
Well, we got another member of Familia and Golf again.
Yeah.
In the Zoom room.
701. Let's go into the Zoom room now, where he's just finished saying his first Ash Wednesday Mass of the 2021 post. Are we doing post? Is it post-pandemic, guys? I feel like they don't want us to say that.
No.
Because we're supposed to still take
Dr.
it serious.
Felix Cabrera yesterday said it was like.
Yeah.
was
Okay.
far from over.
Okay. I take it back. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Post-lockdown. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Post-lockdown Ash Wednesday Mass. Father Paul Goffigan, Our Lady of Lourdes in Jigo. Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Father.
So, Father, how was the turnout this morning? Because on my way in, I passed by St. Francis in Jotnia and Santa Teresita, and it was Kalan popping a day.
It was super packed.
Super packed.
Well, it was quite a lot of people. Yeah, we kind of took long.
Yeah. Let's just get right into it, though. Can you kind of, for starters, because we started the show kind of talking about Lent and all that stuff, and where does Ash Wednesday play in with the Lenten season, and what is the significance of the ashes, Father?
Well, I think the prayer that we pray as we put the ashes over the heads is very, it really shows the all significance. Remember that you are dust, and unto dust you shall return. That this world is going to pass away. Our bodies are going to pass away. So we need to focus on our souls, because our souls are the ones that don't pass away, and we are reunited. Our souls reunited with the body at the last day. But a lot of times people don't seem to pay attention to their souls. And this Lenten season makes us focus more on what is more important, not the material stuff, but the soul. So again, turning our life around, turning ourselves back to God, reevaluating our lives and what is really more important in our life. And if it's not the soul, if it's not God, then we got to rethink that.
Amen. Amen, Joe, sir. Father, so technically, right, for those people who didn't get to go to the 6 o'clock mass, let's say they had to work on a popular multimedia broadcast extravaganza show, and they couldn't go to mass this morning, but they're going to go later, right, at one of the there's many masses scheduled for today, and we'll go over that. But Polly, what would those people expect if they haven't been? Because we're doing things different. Communion's a little different, and I'm assuming Ash Wednesday and the application of the ashes, which is traditionally done with the fingers, that's not going to happen, right? So how's it going to go?
We just did the placing of the ashes on the head. And, Chris, if we look at the Roman Missal, the book that the priest uses, as far as the rubrics, when I say rubrics, I mean the red means the red ink tells us what to do. It says to place the ashes on the head. So this is really nothing new. It's actually should have been done. That's the way the church intended it. I think putting anointing the ashes on the forehead with a cross, probably, I don't know who invented that, but probably to really signify and to so that people can remind themselves, we can remind each other, especially when we look at the crosses on each other's foreheads, reminds each other that, what this Lenten season is all about, and that we will pass away, and we need to turn our lives back to God before we, since we can.
Right. So when you say you put the ashes on the head, is it a scoop, or how's it work?
Well, it's literally take it and we sprinkle it on the head.
I see. So
we don't put it on the fork.
So it's a little bit it's a little bit of Salt Bay, right, Father? You guys are like,
good morning. You too. But it's so funny because the people with no hair, it really shows. And there are people going with black ashes on their head, or people with white hair, it really shows. But people with black hair, it doesn't show at all.
Paulie, I think it might blend right in because I got the salt and pepper. I'm gonna be like, hey, can you put it on the side here? Get this side a little dark.
Can you put it on my gray lines?
Right. Paulie, so we were kind of talking about the Lenten season, and we're a little rusty because last Lent it just went by. We didn't even have an Easter last year. But we were talking about giving up things for Lent, right? And so you're the authority. We wanted to ask, when you do give up something for Lent, what it's about and how long do you have to give it up for? Because we were kind of saying that there's some people who do it differently where they don't do the whole 40 days. When I was growing up, it was 40 days. Whatever you give up, you're not seeing it until after Easter. But now there's some priests that I've talked to who say, oh, you only have to do it on certain days of the week or whatever. So what is the definitive word on what you give up for Lent, why you give up stuff for Lent, and when you have to give it up?
During the Lenten season, I'm talking about liturgical law. There are 2 days where we actually fast and abstain, and that's Ash Wednesday and Good Friday. Probably when you're talking about giving up, that's probably you're talking about abstaining or having some kind of small sacrifice that you do during Lent, and it's supposed to draw you closer to a relationship with God. If it draws you closer to a relationship with yourself, then that defeats the whole purpose of sacrificing. For example, people, really like to give up rice or eating all these fatty stuff because it's, they want to lose weight. That's not the whole point for abstinence. The whole point is to have self-control, especially something that you really, really like to eat especially. And during this past year, 2020, we have, as I was mentioning, we have fasted a lot. We have pretty much fasted the whole 2020, fasting from each other, fasting from bars, fasting from restaurants. So I think we all know what it means to fast from something. But the whole thing to reflect upon is, where did this fasting lead us to in relation to God and also in relation to each other? Because fasting and abstinence and these little sacrifices that we give up are supposed to produce some kind of change of heart in our lives and get our relationship with God a lot closer, turn back to God, repenting meaning change of heart, so that we turn our lives back to the Lord. And we also, in our own fasting, we learn to love our neighbor more, and we tend to care and have some kind of solidarity with them.
Wow. So you're
especially
saying,
the poor.
You're saying don't give up rice.
Because you want to lose weight during Lent, then don't do that. That's you're doing the right thing for the wrong reason. It's really not about the self. It's about being selfless. And if you can make that connection with whatever it is you're giving up, so that you, for example, if you're going to give up something that your extravagance in life, then do some almsgiving, because that's one of the pillars of Lent: praying, fasting, and almsgiving. And almsgiving doesn't necessarily mean money. Almsgiving, you can give 3 ways: your time, your talent, or your treasure. So however you can give as far as alms is concerned, try to do it during the Lenten season, so that you can not care more about the self, but being very selfless, which is really the whole season of Lent, when we focus on the mystery that our God, who actually became one like us in all things but sin, actually chose to suffer for us. And we can get that through our heads. It took me a long time as a Catholic to make that connection. Looking at the crucifix, I'm going, what is it about that person that's hanging on the cross, and how is it related to me in my own life? And when I began to suffer in my own life, that began to click, because then when you unite your sufferings with the suffering of Christ on the cross, then you begin to understand the love of God, and how God chose to suffer and die for us, not for himself, but to die for us, so that we can have life, to destroy death, basically.
Father, so what are your suggestions on some things that we could give up for Lent that would be sacrifices that bring us closer to God?
Well, like I said, there are 3 things that you can do, because some people don't even have money. So a lot of people are unemployed. So you can give of your time. What can you give? What can you use your time instead of sitting down, playing games all night, all morning? What amount of your time can you do? For example, there are a lot of places that help the poor. Call Catholic Social Service, call Salvation Army, call the places that help the poor. What can you give as far as time is concerned? What can you give as far as talent is concerned? To help the poor and to draw others closer to God. Use your talents, and don't use it for vain reasons, but use it to share your own talents to the world. Especially, remembering that God gives us our talents. We don't give our talents to ourselves. We are blessed with the gifts and graces from God. And how can we use these gifts that God has given to us to serve him by serving the poor, or serving our brothers and sisters?
Father, given that we were under a lockdown, and last year, we didn't even have an Easter. I know we had one, but you know what I'm saying. So how is this Lenten season kind of hitting you? Because I feel like it's almost in some ways very in line with the theme of Easter, where we're going to see, you know, a rebirth at the end of it, because we're now, you know, able to go to church and to do things that just we weren't able to do last year.
I am, you know, with the churches reopening at 50% capacity, I have really seen and observed a real big change within our faithful, and that, you know, the relationship with God has grown during this pandemic. I think that they have come to realize that sometimes life is short, and you know, a lot of times life throws challenges at us, and if we continue to dwell in the darkness, we will never ever see God. We will never see the light. And for a lot of people, you know, this time of darkness kind of compels us to look for the light, to look for God, and where is God underneath all of this? That's what I noticed about our people, especially the parishioners here at Our Lady of Lourdes, is that the churches our churches pretty packed, and I'm very pleased to see that. I'm very pleased to see some changes in people that I've known, especially some of my spiritual directees, and how this whole pandemic has changed their outlook on life, and also changed their relationship with God for the better. And that's really what fasting, you know, I was saying we fasted pretty much the whole 2020.
Right.
This is what fasting is to do. And for us, a lot of us, we didn't choose to fast. It was done for us. It was chosen for us.
Right.
And so we did the best of it. And I suggest that people, you know, reflect during the season of Lent, reflect on last year, on what happened during their fasting, and how did it affect their relationship with God, and how did it affect the relationship with their brothers and sisters. And I hope that they can do some journaling so that they can see the progress, especially in their spiritual life. And just some things happen for a reason. This pandemic, you know, as bad as it is, there's always good things and graces that come out of chaos and come out of the darkness. And that's those graces that God gives to us. He's that light.
Silver linings.
What's that?
Silver linings. Paulie, you know, you talk about those who journeyed through this dark time and emerged on the other side of it, where we are now, closer to God. Do you also have those in your flock who maybe just struggled with the faith and questioned things and are kind of wandering, maybe not motivated? And how do you reach those people? What do you say to them?
All the time, people, you know, especially during the beginning of the pandemic, got very depressed. And I say, you know, I tell them, you always need to know that God is with us. Remember that one verse in the Psalm 23, you know, the Lord is my shepherd, there's nothing I shall want. There's one verse that really sticks out, especially during this pandemic. Even though I walk in the valley of death or the valley of darkness, I will fear no evil, for you are at my side with your rod and your staff that give me courage. We cannot let, you know, evil overtake us or overwhelm us. We cannot let the darkness overwhelm us. But always remember that the whole season of Lent, moving into Holy Week with the suffering and death of Jesus, and then moving into the resurrection, the one thing that we need to remember is that with every death, there is always going to be a resurrection for those who believe.
Amen. Last question, Paulie. This is the big one here. Get ready. Can you ask Father his opinion on his chicken considered meat?
Before, anything that has at least 2 legs and walks on land is meat.
So one-legged chicken is okay.
Okay, Chris.
Guys, if it has 2 legs and it walks on land, that's meat. I told you guys.
Let me say at least 1 leg. And I don't want to hear your comment on that one.
I got you.
At least 1 leg on land is meat.
Father, thank you so much for your time.
Man, I always grew up thinking poultry.
I told you. I told these guys they're soft, Paulie. You guys are weak. Chicken is not meat.
No, but Father,
in what world is chicken not meat?
Father, that's what my elders always said. They're like poultry is, you know, it's supposed to be meat beef.
Jay, we have a priest right here on the line. Don't
I'm not
argue.
disputing him. I feel enlightened.
Yeah, chicken's meat.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Mic drop, guys.
Thank you, Father.
Well, you just put a damper on
Okay.
a lot of people's Lent, Father. Thank you, Polly.
Okay, that's what.
That's right. It's not all puppies and rainbows, guys. It's time of sacrifice. Thank you, Father Paul.
Okay, thank you. Take care now.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
we'll see you. I kind of feel like I want to ask you to do a prayer if you could, because it's been a while since we had you on to do a prayer. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Almighty Father, creator of life and love of family and friends, we ask you to look upon us this day as we celebrate Ash Wednesday, remembering that we are imperfect, but it is only through you and through your Son that we do become perfect. Continue to help us with our saints' praise and self-denial during this season, and we do it for the glory of you, dear Father, and also to serve our brothers and sisters. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you, with your spirit. And the Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Viva Santa Maria Carmelita!
Viva!
Right on, Father. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
That
Talk to
doesn't
you
count,
later.
right? We still got to go to Mass, right?
Live stream is still, you can still do a live stream. And the thing about it is, it's so funny because Ash Wednesday is not, in the church, is not really considered a day of obligation.
Right,
Yet
yeah.
it's one of the most attended masses or
Right.
celebrations in the world.
Right.
Very
yeah.
interesting.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Father, again. We'll see you. God bless you.
Yeah. God bless.
That's it.
Bye-bye.
There you go. One of my favorites, Father Paul Goffigan, Our Lady of Lourdes up there in Jigo. Yeah, that is interesting, Joe, sir. Ash Wednesday is not a holy day of obligation. I had no clue. I thought, oh, that's one of the biggest ones, right? But people go because it's symbolically, and I mean quite literally, the start of the season. I don't know, though. I think we got our top story here, guys. Chicken is meat. Bree, don't even bother coming in. We got the news tonight. Chicken is meat. Let it be known. You okay, Jay? Are you still
My whole understanding of
you just rocked Jason's whole childhood. He's in shock right now.
I'm thinking my whole understanding of religion and nutrition. Wow. Thank you for asking that. That was
I'm concerned about your eternal salvation, Jay. I'm
And
just
I
looking out for you.
appreciate
Yeah. So basically, if it walks on land and it has legs, that is the meat, guys. Okay, Joe Sir. Sorry, Joe Sir. Because if you guys are listening since the beginning of the show, Joe Sir was like, I'm giving up meat. And I was like, wait, be specific. He goes, oh, meat. Chicken's not meat. And I was like, hold on a second there, mister. Hold on a second.
And the Link family in comments, everybody appreciated that prayer too. So
Right on.
we want to send out to everybody officially from this part of the world. If you're watching in the States, and many of you are, happy Easter to you guys. Easter, The Easter season is now upon us.
Amen. I just remember last year the lieutenant
Wait,
governor.
is that the right thing to say?
You remember last year when the lieutenant governor, we didn't have an Easter, and he was
Yeah.
like, "I want to do Easter again," and get you in a pink bunny suit. I need to go get me my bunny suit because it looks like we're gonna have an Easter this year. Guys, at 7:20 coming up, the chief of police, Chief Steve Ignacio, and you heard Father Paul there. He also said that although it's not a holy day of obligation, there's plenty of masses, but you can also do the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess you would just virtually get the ashes sprinkled on your head.
And again, we've got the link. It's in comments right now. Check it out. We put it up on Google Drive. So if you guys want to see where your village parish, or when your village parish, will be holding Mass today for Ash Wednesday, make sure to check out that PDF. Please share it with friends, pass it around. And if you are not on island right now, and like you said, there's a lot of Guamanians who are away at college. There are a lot of servicemen who are deployed, and all they want to do is just go to Mass in the home parish, the place where they spent countless, hours, going there, worshiping, everything like that. Like Chris said, and like Father Paul said, you can participate in the live stream like that, and you can once again be part of your congregation.
Right on. 7:21. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Half a day, my name is Zena Cruz Piscina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water, and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
soku kini ni mastakalo ikurason ten imas figu nani nasinyaku upresin my sadu para baputei ten defendi hinengi kultura lenguaje yes, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes.
Man, good. Great song. That's Zach Lujan. Inafresi. Good morning. KUAM TV. Good morning, Facebook Live. On this Ash Wednesday at 7:30. Good morning, F. Glenn. Happy Ash Wednesday. Yes. We just got your Lent primer with Father Paul of Our Lady of Lourdes, Jigo. You know, with all the videos, we cut them up and then we put them on the KUM News on YouTube. But the big takeaway from that interview, groundbreaking, actually. Father Paul Gulfigan, once and for all, settling the debate. Chicken is meat. Sorry. It is what it is. That's liturgical law, Chief.
Yeah.
Chief Steve Ignacio. Chief, because we were talking this morning and these guys are here like, no, chicken's not meat. What? No, that's not meat. Because they thought it was anything on four legs, but Father Paul clarified, if it walks on legs and it walks on land, it's meat. So, there you go. Got to put out the circular with the department chief just to make sure everyone's in compliance for Lent.
I always thought it wasn't meat.
Hey, me too.
See? Yeah, we're not alone.
Well, there you go. Enlightening people. Hey, miss a link, miss a lot. 7:31, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio joining us this morning. Thank you for joining us, Chief.
Hey, Chris, thanks for having me on today. I appreciate it.
I know there's, first of all, we just got to ask about the shooting in Agate. I know that there hasn't really been any more details released since last night, but is there anything additional you can tell us about the shooting that occurred yesterday?
No, Chris, unfortunately, I don't have an update yet, other than, of course, the victim was transported for treatment, but I don't know his status yet, and I don't have any other further information.
So it's obviously remains under investigation, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, Chief, so we actually wanted to bring you on about this release that came out of Senator Pito Terlahi's office, your oversight chair. And it basically was calling on you to investigate a lot of these allegations that are coming out of the federal court relative to what the feds say is corruption in local law enforcement from, I think, at least one officer was mentioned with GPD and the former mayor's trial. And then I know they were talking about getting warrants wiped at the court, just a bunch of different allegations. And so the oversight chair had come out with this release calling on you to conduct an investigation. So I guess we'll just start with your reaction to that release and how's the way forward for you and the department?
Yeah, Chris. So yes, Senator Pito Terlahi did send me that letter, and I'd like to thank him for sending me that letter so that we can maybe start the conversation on this matter. One of the things that he did mention or ask was maybe an internal affairs investigation on allegations against law enforcement. So any allegations, of course, against police officers will be dealt with by the Guam Police Department Internal Affairs Section. However, when it comes to internal affairs investigations and allegations of law enforcement outside of the Guam Police with respect to possibly the judiciary, I have no jurisdiction or control, administrative control over the judiciary. So if there's any internal affairs investigation that needs to be done, I am sure that it'll be conducted by the Judiciary of Guam.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Go ahead.
And so, with respect to any criminal allegations, one of the things we're going to have to concern ourselves with, Chris, is we don't know when these supposed criminal acts may have occurred. Making warrants go away, whatever the allegations are. Police officers who may have made threats against any person involved in the investigation or in that case. But one of the things that we have to concern ourselves with when we do criminal investigations is when did the act occur, and if the statute of limitation has expired. Are we beyond the 1 year statute? Are we beyond the 3-year statute for felonies? And so, depending on when the acts occurred and what the acts were that were the supposed criminal acts that were committed, one of the things we have to look at is when did they occur, and do we still have jurisdiction with respect to the statute of limitation?
Chief, hi, Sabrina. I just kind of walked in. I wanted to just follow up on something you said at the beginning regarding jurisdiction. And so this letter from Senator Pito Tolahi, it talks about for the Guam Police Department to launch a multi-agency internal affairs investigation. So how are you going to go about involving all these other agencies?
And that's what I was talking about, Sabrina, is depending on which agencies involved. But, as we follow what's been played out by witness testimony in the district court, I think, that there's the initial allegation during the Mayor Blas trial of a police officer. And then in this ongoing Mayo trial, I think Mark Mayo trial, there's allegations regarding personnel at the judiciary of Guam, the courts. And so when we talk about a multi-agency internal affairs investigation, and that's what I mean, I don't have jurisdiction over the courts of Guam. And so if there's gonna be any internal affairs investigation, I'm sure it'll have to be conducted by the judiciary of Guam. So I don't know where they're at with that. I don't know if they started one. I don't know if they even started one before. It's a lot of unknowns that I'm not aware of. But if they reach out, of course we'll help. But I think that they're a separate branch of government, and I'm sure that they can deal with this matter on their own. Again, if they need help, we're here to help.
So did you write a response to Senator Tolahi, letting him know that I'm not going to be looking into the judiciary because I don't have any jurisdiction, so you need to deal with that?
No, there's other things in the letter, like Chris talked about, the criminal acts that may have been committed by others. So, it's not a blanket response just with respect to the internal affairs. I think that would be my position. Unfortunately, I've been being interviewed by the media, and I haven't had the time to sit down and craft a response to the good senator. Or, even haven't had the time to sit down and give him a call and says, hey, look, this is, I think, the position of the Guam Police Department with respect to what's going on down there. Yeah.
Right, so during the Mayo trial, though, they also talked about the FBI agent who was interviewing Mr. Mayo was saying, do you know any customs officers? Do you know about drugs at the port? Are you planning on folding that into this multi-agency internal affairs investigation?
Bree, again, I don't have all the information. I don't have any direct information from the FBI. And so, when we say customs officers, right, I mean, internal affairs investigations start when you have a name of an officer and not just a Guam police officer, unless you have a way to figure out who that Guam police officer is, by name. But when you have a blanket allegation that customs officers are doing it, Guam Police Department officers are doing it, port police officers are doing it, or port employees are doing it, that's just a blanket allegation. And so really, who are you focusing on? Who is the employee? And of course, there's two parts to it. There's the criminal acts that they're committing, if they are committing any. And then there's the administrative investigations, the internal affairs investigations. And some of them run parallel, some of them run independent of each other. And so, it's just a matter of, we have allegations, but do we have names? Do we have other information that may assist in any type of investigation, criminal or administrative?
Chief, what about when you have an instance in the court where, as we saw in the former mayor's trial, where they made allegations of assault against a former deputy marshal of the court, and they said, Joey Terlahi allegedly punched a woman, and, locked her in a room. When you get a name and you get a crime like that allegedly put out in the court, so you're saying that we got these blanket statements that aren't specific, that don't name any individual officers. What about instances like that where you have a crime allegedly revealed and you do get a name?
Chris, thanks for asking that question. So, I did have a conversation with the Attorney General, and we are deciding on what actions we can take regarding that specific allegation. And so, it's something that we are in discussion with the Attorney General's office. Again, because, we are the Guam Police Department, but, also we got to remember that the Attorney General is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer also for Guam. And so we work in tandem with his office, to make sure that we're not crossing each other and stepping on each other's toes as we move forward with any investigations.
So you're saying that is in fact being looked into, because that was over a year ago when the former mayor was indicted, and Joey Terlahi's name was mentioned again, by the FBI agent in federal court, and allegations again were made about police officers. But because no names were made over a year ago, are you saying that we didn't do an investigation?
Well, so yeah, if you go back again over a year ago, there was that allegation of a police officer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no name was ever mentioned. I don't have a name to work on. I don't know who the name of the officer is, and that's where I'm at with that. Again, with respect to the allegation against Joey Terlahi, we do have a name, and so not to say that we're not doing anything about it.
But you would think that the allegation, if it's made in federal court and an FBI is questioning somebody, that it would be serious enough for GPD to be like, let me pick up the phone, call the FBI, and say, hey, what are you guys talking about? Let me know, because I need to make sure, everything is on the up and up in GPD, and we don't have dirty cops out here beating up women or dealing drugs or whatever. I would just think that if you hear something, then, what is that thing you guys say? If you see something, say something.
Yeah, but we, what if I didn't pick up the phone? What if I didn't make the call? What if I did find out? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And what if I can't tell you about it? Right? So
then
there's some things, right, that there's some things we talk about. Some things we hold close to the chest, some things we can't say, some things we don't make comments on, right? Because we also, as we move along in any direction, protecting the integrity of the investigation is key. And so,
thanks for clarifying that, because, the response that I got was kind of we didn't get a name, so we're not going to, we're not pursuing it. So that's good that you're saying that.
Yeah, Brian, and you're right. Of course, I'm the chief of police, and you're right. I can't just sit down and say, well, they didn't give me a name, I can't do anything. And I think it is safe to say that I'm a little bit ahead of that, knowing that I have a duty to at least reach out and find out. And so, of course, I took steps, but unfortunately, sometimes we can't talk about the steps that we take.
Well, that's good, Chief, because I think the public, when they see these allegations come out in the court and they feel like nothing ever happened, then there's this sense that,
nothing's happening,
and people can just get away with stuff. And so that's comforting, I would say, to find out that there is traction on those issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely, Chris and Sabrina. If there's any allegations that I hear of or know of or become aware of as the chief of police, not only do I have a duty to make sure that I look into it, but I think I have an obligation to the people to make sure that I look into any allegations of misconduct by my officers, specifically and more importantly regarding the Guam Police Department. Making sure that we hold our officers accountable if they violated any rule or law, and making sure that we do our due diligence to do either criminal or administrative investigations into allegations.
Well,
And so, definitely, this is not something we swept under the rug and just kind of forgot because it's over a year ago, and hopefully people don't remember. Absolutely not. This has always been on my radar. I haven't forgotten about this, and it's definitely something that I've been engaged with all along.
Well, thank you for that, Chief. I did want to ask for a follow-up then on, speaking of investigations, the other one that is underway, because in Civil Service Commission documents, there was the name of a police officer that was mentioned in the whole controversy going on at the airport regarding online gambling on duty by an airport police officer. And he was basically turned on to this whole online gambling, according to the documents from the CSC, from a police officer, Jesse St. Nicholas. So can you confirm that you are conducting an investigation into this particular officer or into online gambling with police officers?
Bree, well, just like you, what we've done is we've sent a FOIA to the Civil Service Commission so that we can receive those documents that you also, I believe, you received, so that we can look into it and see what the allegations are against Officer St. Nicholas and determine, of course, if we can move forward with an internal affairs investigation. And again, I don't know, I haven't seen the documents. My internal affairs investigators have been tasked to go look at these documents and get a copy. So I don't know if there's any other names of any other officers. And of course, again, I assure you, when names of officers do come to light, when names of officers are mentioned, again, we have a duty to investigate. But more importantly, we will investigate because, again, we want to make sure that our officers are not committing any violation of rule or law, and that's important, to maintain the integrity of the Guam Police Department in our community.
That being said, Chief, has the officer named in these Civil Service Commission documents been placed on administrative leave or any type of action pending the completion of the investigation?
No, I have not taken any action against Officer St. Nicholas.
Okay. Did you have anything else about
Oh,
that?
do you think it's more widespread, though, Chief? You think there's more than just one officer? Because if you look at I sent you the docs, by the way. If you look at it, it said something like there was 275 other...
249.
249, sorry, other people involved. And what did it... Bree, was like firefighters and...
But there were firefighters, police officers, ARF, and more airport police officers.
Yeah.
It was quite a few. It was 249. So
Right, yeah.
they didn't have any names for the 249. The only two names that were really dropped in the Civil Service Commission documents on the adverse actions was that the one police officer, and then
Yeah, again, like I said, I don't know who the 249 people are. Well, minus the 249 minus the 2, so the 247, right? We don't know who the 247 people are, whether they're policemen, firemen, ARF, airport police. We don't know who their names are. And again, what we do, of course, when we know that there's allegations like this, we remind our command staff to remind our officers, about being held to following the law and making sure that what they do is in line with what the community is expecting of them, but more importantly, what's in line with the law, and making sure that they don't break any laws. But again, it's as you see, we have a lot juggling and going on here at the Guam Police Department. With the allegations against Officer St. Nicholas, the allegations ongoing with this Mark Mayo trial, and the case with the Mayor Blas. And so there's a lot going on in the Guam Police Department, but just know, and like the community to know, that definitely this is not something that we're just taking lightly. We do take these allegations seriously. We do what we have to do investigations into them, whether criminal or administrative or anything else.
What's going on out there, though, Chief? I mean, when we last had you on, you said it was kind of alarming. You're seeing the ICE drugs infiltrating the FAS community, and it's alarming to you. We've seen, I can't even keep track of how many shootings it's been over the last several weeks. We had the beheading. What's going on out there?
Bree, I wish I had the magic ball in front of me to say I have all the answers, but unfortunately I don't. But if any of these incidents are related to drugs, again, like I said, we have a duty as law enforcement to do investigations and make arrests. But a drug problem is not just a police problem. A drug problem is a whole of community problem. We have people that go into drug use, but what is it that we can do to prevent them from going into drug use? At what age should they start going into drugs? Are they in the middle school age or in the high school age? What programs do we have in place at home and in school to keep kids off of drugs? When they do get into a situation where they become involved in drug use, ICE specifically, let's just put it out there, what programs do we have in place to help them get off of their addiction? What programs do you have in place to catch them before they become addicted to ICE so that we can get them off? And then what is the law enforcement community doing to try and stem the flow of drugs in our community? Are we fighting it at the borders? Are we fighting it on the streets? Are we fighting it, at the federal and local level? So it's a whole of community problem. And I've been here since the 90s when we had the War on ICE campaign. And it has been a war ever since, but you can't stop fighting the war, because if you stop fighting the war, then that means you've given up, and then they take over. And so you just have to keep fighting back as a community.
Are y'all losing the war though?
We're not losing the war, Bree. I think, I read an article about what the customs and quarantine have been doing. I've been tracking what we're doing. We're making arrests almost weekly, if not daily, on drug possession. And sometimes some of the drug possession cases also involve, substantial amounts or amounts of also ICE that we're confiscating and money, current, U.S. currency. So we never stop fighting the war. We're still fighting the war. We're going to continue fighting the war. We can never give up.
Now, I see the magistrate's complaints, and you're right. Every day, somebody's getting busted for drugs. And it's clear it's the other pandemic on Guam. I refuse to say, oh, it's an epidemic. No.
Yeah.
It's way more serious, clearly. And when you talk about the whole community, we don't even have enough programs to help people.
Yeah, and there's that side of it, Chief. But then I think before the programs, we're also obligated as a community, and I'm sure in law enforcement, to do our part to take down some of these, big drug dealers. Like, we read all day about these street level users that get busted, and from what I read of it, Chief, it's like the average street level user now is rolling around with enough ICE packaged for resale that, it's alarming. It's like you have all these little guys and people who smoke ICE, but then they've got enough stash on them. It indicates to me that they're also selling it. So I feel like we got to do more to catch those big fish, because we just haven't seen, the big bust.
Yes, I agree, Chris. But again, in order to get to the top, you have to chip away at the bottom, right? And so we continue to chip away, and you just continue to fight until you get that big break, or until you get to the top of the food chain. It's really what it is. But we can never give up. We should not ever give up as a community.
All right. Well, thank you, Chief. Just real quickly, anything on your budget? You guys cut? I know DOC was cut. You guys cut?
No, I've actually just got my budget that we'll be submitting to BVMR. I'm reviewing it right now. I don't have the final numbers. No, not yet. I will see where we're at. But if I may, I'd like to close out. I'd like to again on this show extend my condolences to Mrs. Rosie Scambaluri and the family of the late Colonel and Police Chief Scambaluri. Again, as I mentioned, I was in the Guam Police Department when he became police chief, and he was a great police chief, but even a greater leader for our department. And I have a lot of very fond memories of Colonel Scamby. That's what I refer to him as. He was the person that got me involved in teaching at the Guam Community College when he was running the Protect Academy, the first CJ or Ballet Academy, whatever, I forget what it was called. And it was he was the one that introduced me to teaching to students who are interested in policing and the criminal justice field. So, my thanks go out to him and my condolences go out to him and his family. I talk about the fact that we have a police memorial, or that memorial that we go to every year to honor the fallen officers. And if you ever take the time to go down to the memorial and look down, there's a plaque that explains who are the key people that were involved. And he and his wife were definitely key people who were instrumental in getting the police memorial monument erected, so that we have a place to honor our fallen officers. So, my condolences to the family.
Thank you for that, Chief.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Okay.
Keep up the fight.
Yep. Don't ever give
That's
up.
it. That's right. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Not with each other, though. Huh?
Yeah. Gotcha. Especially not during Lent. Thank you, Chief.
Take care.
That's, okay.
All right.
There you go. Well, Bree. Pretty interesting interview. I think right away some of the main takeaways. Chief Ignacio saying that discussions are being had with the Attorney General about revelations made in the federal court relative.
And there are things that he can't say.
Yeah.
So, because I was like, wait a minute, y'all aren't doing nothing. So.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Let's just jump right into the K-Wave News Zoom room. We're trying to get her on earlier. Michelle Armenta. Michelle, good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Okay, wait, her audio's still
Our audio. Okay, so actually we'll just take a quick break, and then we'll get back to Michelle here on the link at 7:56. Good morning.
Learn more about our GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. There's also an audio stream on Docomo Channel 10. My name is Chris. KUAM TV Land está. Adios. Back. We're going to take a break and coming back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Breeze 93.9
GU
FM.
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The ongoing pandemic is affecting the way we live, work, and go to school. Because of this, the Guam Department of Education is implementing new safety protocols with guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Parents are advised to do the following before students leave the school. Half a day. It's time for school. Remember to wear your face mask. Face masks are mandatory. Wearing a mask protects you and those who are around you. Parents are advised to conduct temperature checks before students leave home. If your child is showing any COVID-19 symptoms, then do not send them to school. Students riding the bus must follow proper physical distancing measures. Bus drivers are aware of this, as well as keeping up with standard sanitization procedures. Buses have physically distanced seating arrangements to ensure a safe ride to campus. Only one child should sit in each seat unless they are within the same household. Enjoy the ride. Upon arrival, students must continue to follow clean etiquette for the safety of themselves, other students, and school faculty. Regular hand washing is one of the best ways to remove germs, avoid getting sick, and prevent the spread of germs to others. Follow these 5 steps every time. Wet, lather for 20 seconds, scrub, rinse, and dry. There are physical distancing markers throughout campus to remind us to stay 6 feet apart. Temperature checks are required upon arrival at any GDOE facility, so always be ready. Continue to social distance. Be mindful to stay 6 feet apart when interacting with your peers. Make sure you avoid touching your face. It's lunchtime. Schools will still provide lunch for students. Cafeteria tables will have designated seating marked with physical distancing information. It is okay to remove your face mask to eat during this time. Class is in session. Before entering the classroom, students are required to keep their distance. Teachers are informed about following proper COVID-19 procedures to promote a safe and clean learning environment. Tables are strategically spaced to avoid direct contact with each other. The sharing of school supplies is prohibited. Teachers will enforce this. It's for everyone's safety. Most schools now have a single quarantine room located in the nurse's office in the event of a potential positive COVID-19 case. Facilities such as water filling stations are frequently sanitized by staff. Signs are posted all throughout campus to remind all students and staff of standard safety procedures. As Guam navigates the evolving COVID-19 health situation, the preparation, promotion of, and commitment to safety for our students, staff, and the island of Guam will continue to be our top priority. If you have any questions, please contact your child's school directly or the GDOE Central Hotline at info@gdoe.net or 300-1536. We'll see you soon! Administered by the Guam Department of Education, Federal Programs Division, State Educational Agency, and funded by the Education Stabilization Fund, State Education Agency under the CARES Act.
Let's get Michelle Armenta on here, who is a big... well, she's big pro-life. I'll just say that. And I remember I did an interview. Go ahead.
Can I interject real
Yes,
quick?
please do.
You can actually eat alligator. That's considered aquatic. So you can eat alligator even though it walks on land. Yes.
Thank you, because I was just saying, man, I can't eat my alligator for Lent.
The cast of Swamp People is really, really happy right now.
Big in Louisiana.
Well, I guess gators to fowls back on the menu.
Wait, what is in Palau? They have crocodiles, right? Not alligators.
Yeah, saltwater crocodiles. Right. Yep. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of Catholics in Louisiana, right, Michelle?
That's what I understand. Yeah.
So thank you.
You know, Mardi Gras.
Thank you for that, guys. Alligator is okay, just in case you're wondering. 804. So, Michelle, I know that you've been with a bunch of different pro-life organizations, and you guys are actually, I don't know, it's a rally in support of Dr. Shea, but I'm sure some of it is also because of this ACLU lawsuit that just came out. We had them on the show, I think, a couple weeks ago. So we'll just start at the beginning. You guys are rallying for Dr. Shea. When, where, why?
Today, this morning, starting at 10 o'clock, it will be around his office. And I say around, it's supposed to be in front of his office, but the parking space is very limited. So basically, if you go down Chalon San Antonio, then you're going to just basically look for people with signs and find a place to park if you want to support Dr. Shea. He is the most pro-life doctor that I have seen, especially here on this island. When he put out that post on Facebook saying that, hey, if you're considering abortion, you should, please consider adoption, because there are plenty of people here on the island who are looking to adopt children. He said, money isn't an issue, because he is going to take care of the prenatal and the delivery for free. And you really can't beat that. So we as pro-life people, not just the Catholic pro-life committee, but anybody who is for babies being born and not for being torn apart in the womb, we are definitely in support of this doctor who is basically doing everything that he can to support women and children.
Well, Michelle, do you know if anyone took up Dr. Shea's offer?
I don't know. I haven't heard. I don't know Dr. Shea personally. All I know is what he posts, and that is something that I saw that caught my eye. So, and I've heard him on the radio before, and he's very much against everything that's going on with this medical. Doing everything online, which doesn't make any sense, because he was saying, he's like, well, you're not going to find a doctor here on the island who actually wants to perform the abortion. So what is going to happen when something goes wrong? Because, whether it's medical or if you're going in and it's surgical, problems do arise and things are going to have to happen. And if the abortion procedure, even though it's medicinal, is not going to go through properly, there needs to be a doctor to basically clean up the mess. So somebody needs to go forward with the abortion, and who's going to take care of that, especially if the doctor is going to be all the way in Hawaii.
Well, I was just going to ask, how did you feel about that ACLU lawsuit? But I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Michelle, I wanted to just kind of touch on real quick. I'm looking for it now in my email. But there was a FOIA request sent by the Vigilance Committee. I know that. Are you still with the Vigilance Committee?
I am not with the Vigilance Committee anymore.
So this FOIA was sent to the governor, and it was basically asking for any and all correspondence between the governor of Guam, the office of the governor, and the lieutenant governor, Bureau of Women's Affairs Director Jane Flores, or any employees of your offices and any representatives of the ACLU. So basically they're trying to get any kind of communication between the administration and the ACLU. I think under this FOIA request is operating under the premise that somehow the governor was involved in maybe discussing this lawsuit or even initiating it. But I thought it was interesting because they sent this FOIA request, and I just was looped into a notice of violation as Jane Flores, the Bureau of Women's Affairs Director, had responded that, hold on, let me get this up. She responds here, Hafaday Lee, and of course Lee Weber is heading the Vigilance Committee now. Unfortunately, the email FOIA request from the Vigilance Committee on January 29th went straight into the spam folders of all recipients. We only discovered the original email request this morning when you sent me the purported notice of violation. We are currently gathering the information requested. Following legal review, it'll be sent to you as soon as possible. To which the Vigilance Committee responded, Hoffaday, Jane, disclosure. Pursuant to 5 GCA, efficient disclosure of records, you and all personnel are required to receive any incoming mail, electronic mail, regardless of whether it's found in a spam folder. And then they attach the section of the law here. And they further write, you're responsible for informing the governor that she indeed has a spam folder for FOIA requests, and that you and the office of the governor are in violation of the Sunshine Act. You're also required to provide the requested public records, including any communication used on WhatsApp or similar social media platforms, forthwith. I thought I heard it all. I send a million FOIAs, and I never got back that, it went into the spam folder, which is not even an excuse. I mean, it doesn't matter. Once they send that FOIA, the clock is ticking. It doesn't matter if it goes in your corned beef folder.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's just another excuse. I'm surprised you haven't heard that one before, but this is a really touchy subject. So yeah. I think that this is something that this is me personally coming from Michelle Armenta. It just, the whole thing, the fact that the ACLU would come to Guam and be so adamant about our rights, it just doesn't really, match up, because we're such a small island, and in the grand scheme of things, if you match it up to the number of abortions that take place just in the United States alone, we don't even compare, which is why Guam is having a hard time. One of the reasons why Guam is having a hard time finding an abortionist to come to the island. It's not just because they're afraid of the peaceful protests or being harassed. It's because the numbers aren't high enough. 300 babies being killed every year is not high enough for an abortion doctor, especially somebody as big as Planned Parenthood, to come out to the island. So in order for the ACLU, I think, to really get to focus in on Guam, I think that it has to be brought to their attention and say, hey, can you come out here and sue us, please? But that's just me.
I mean, I'm just not, I don't know why you guys are surprised. We have a Democrat governor. I mean, for the most part, Democrats are pro-choice. So even if she did somehow initiate a conversation with the ACLU, which I don't even know if that's what happened. I feel like the ACLU kind of looks around and cherry picks where they can sue people. But even if she did, it's not like she would be out of her lane, because, I mean, she's clearly pro-choice.
Very pro-choice. We knew this when we elected her. Whether you voted for her or not, we, as the people of Guam, did vote for her. We knew this going in, and now we're in the situation where when I did speak to people before she was elected, when the issue of pro-life would come up, even though the people who did vote for her were pro-life, they said, well, you know what, don't worry, she's a business person. This is what we need. That's just one issue. But it's a huge issue, and obviously it's a huge issue for her if she is fighting this hard to bring an abortionist to the island. So this should not be any surprise. I understand that she's a business person, and so that was supposed to be good for Guam. But when you start looking at life and seeing it as not being that important, or other things are more important than life, especially for those who are very innocent, and they didn't ask to be brought into this world. And I know that you can't ask them, hey, do you want to live? If you ask them, a couple of years later, they're going to say, yeah, I kind of want to live. Yeah, okay, we don't have a whole lot of money, but I still want to live. Okay, well, this isn't the lifestyle that you prefer, because it's not according to your standards, but I still want to live. So I think most people would agree that we need to give these little babies a chance to at least speak for themselves later on, and give them that right to live, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
Do you have any rules of engagement for your rally this morning, Michelle?
Rules of engagement. Well, it's definitely going to be a very pro-life rally. There's not going to be anything. This is all about Dr. Shea. It's all about supporting him. If there's anything that he needs, we are there to support him. We're there to thank him for everything that he's doing and for everything that he's done and for everything that he continues to do. And I think that if anybody would be able to take on this ACLU, it would be somebody like Dr. Shea. So we really hope that, he continues this fight, because we definitely can't do it alone. We need doctors and we need their support.
Well, thank you for your time, Michelle.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me on.
Of course. Keep in touch. Let us know how it goes.
Okay, thank you so much.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. There you go, Michelle Armenta. Hey, it's 8:14. Superintendent of Education John Fernandez coming up. And this, Bree, this is something that we covered when Governor Liu first got into office. And I remember that Bureau of Women's Affairs Director Jane Flores was trying to recruit. And, abortion doctor is not even the right term, because it's not like a doctor comes and they just only do abortion. There's other procedures that they do. But I remember when she had come out in the media, and I actually did the interview, talking about securing someone to perform abortions on Guam. I mean, the backlash was just so crazy. And I think a lot of that was because Liu just got into office, that they kind of threw water on the thing. And I remember the governor was kind of annoyed because I kept asking her about it. And there was a point where she was like, look, it's nothing, we're not moving forward with it. Just drop it. And so that was then. And obviously now there's been some developments with the ACLU. So we'll just continue to keep an eye on it. 8:15 now. It's brought to you by Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. We'll take a break and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Tacos and music.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Sometimes I lay under the moon and I thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. against pavement. Keep on moving though the waters stay raging. In this maze, you can't lose your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you. No way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around. Because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. One day this all will change, treat people the same. Stop with the violence, down with the hate. One day we'll all be free and proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like whoa, 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 whoa. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day.
8:21. Good morning. Welcome to the link. It's Wednesday, the February 17th episode of the show on this Ash Show. Wednesday, we got masses. We'll go over the schedule again coming up. We'll go into the Zoom room now where we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning, Chris and Sabrina and Jason. Hope you guys are doing okay this week.
We're doing pretty good. I guess we'll just first start. What I had a question was with the anticipated announcement of a return to pandemic condition of readiness 3 this week, how will that affect the operations of the Department of Education?
Well, I think, definitely will be, it'll be relevant to our discussions, but I think there's nothing that I don't think we will be able to do immediately with regard to our operations, just because we're going to PCOR 3. Because under PCOR 3, I still believe we're going to have to continue to, keep the safety parameters in place at school. And those are really the defining factors for how we operate, the mask, the distancing, and so forth. We are in a discussion about face-to-face and the potential expansion of face-to-face. So when I looked at our numbers the other day, we have about 7,800 students who are currently enrolled in face-to-face. At this point, we only have a waiting list of about 250 students that we're going to work with the schools on to see if they can go ahead and be addressed or accommodated in the face-to-face model. The challenge is we have about 14,000 total spots available in terms of capacity for face-to-face right now. And because we're giving parents the option, what that shows me is that we don't have an overwhelming demand for parents at this point to want to send their kids to school right away. I mean, going back to face-to-face, maybe PCOR 3 will encourage families to maybe make that decision. We're going to probably go out and discuss how to have that conversation with our community. Let them know that if they're interested, please let us know so we can at least, if we can't accept you today, we can at least get you on the waiting list and help track those numbers. And those numbers will help give us a sense of how, of the demand, I guess, to come back. So right now, again, if there are families who are interested in coming back to face, they need to let the schools know to see if they can be accommodated or at least put on the wait list. So when we make the decision to expand, we can at least have that information available and try to accommodate that. So I guess, what that tells us is that, the families are still kind of weighing their options. GDOE hasn't, made it mandatory to come back or to choose any of the models of learning. So at this particular point with 7,800, I'm just going to give you rough numbers. It doesn't account for all of those students, but 7,800 students online, face-to-face. We have about over 10,000 students who are online, and I believe close to 8,000 students who are in hard copy. So, we're going to be reconciling those numbers just to make, and track those numbers as we go forward, as we go along, because of the, the hopes that we can expand face-to-face. But that really gives us a sense of where people are in terms of their preferences. Again, on February 22nd, we will get the bids from vendors for the internet, the home internet services, and we're going to hope to be able to push those services out, shortly thereafter. And so as we start to get internet access support at home, we definitely have laptops that are available to provide the students. We are going to make a hard push for students to get online if they're not comfortable going face-to-face, because we recognize that down the road, we think the hard copy option is going to be hard to sustain at the same time that we're trying to expand face-to-face instruction in school and to add more days. So that's kind of the long-term thinking. But for now, what we'll do is once we get a PCOR 3, we are scheduling a briefing for the board to go over the current numbers and to have some discussion about what those next steps might be to get more students back into school, and which I think is what we want to see. I would say that also critical to that decision is the fact that we want to see as many of our employees who took the option to get vaccinated receive the second dose. And so that window of time for the second dose, actually, for those who got their dose on the 20th, their first date, given the guidance of 4 days before, 4 days after, is actually starts today and then runs through the end of February, basically, because we ran several days of vaccinations. So what we're going to be doing for all of our employees who received their first dose is we're coordinating with the Guard to send all of those employees down to UOG using their system and the number of days that they have available to support the second doses for the GDOE employees. And I think that'll help a lot of our employees feel much more comfortable expanding the numbers.
For the 250, you said we're on the waiting list currently for face-to-face. What do they need to do? They just call the principal and then they're in. They can start
Well, right now, we're really looking at we're going to be looking at those numbers, because even though we have capacity, the reason why students might be on wait list is because at that grade level they might be full versus having space in other grade levels. So we want to go look into those situations and make sure we understand that, because that would be pretty much one of the issues that would prevent students from immediately being able to go back. So if you're going to applying at an elementary school and you're in the third grade class, but that's full, even though fourth grade and fifth grade have room, you still would be put on the waiting list until there's space to be able to accept you.
Mm-hmm. I understand that there's a IEP meetings coming up. Is that correct?
Well, there's a couple of things coming up. So, let me go back real quick on the PCOR 3 issue. There is one item that we've asked for a potential decision from the governor, and that is a decision on interscholastic sports for the high schools. So right now we have authorization to begin practices and so forth, and we submitted our guidelines to the governor's office of public health. These are the guidelines with all the safety precautions and practices that we would take. And As part of that, we're looking at starting up of a season of low-risk sports, including cross-country, tennis, boys and girls volleyball, and then potentially a second season of moderate-risk sports, which would include, basketball and other similar sports. I think the only sports we're not doing are rugby, wrestling, and football. So with that, we put that proposal forward. I think the proposed start of competition is actually March 1st, based on the planning that has been done by our coaches and athletic directors. But we told the Lieutenant Governor yesterday that, please let us know, because we can't flip the switch on right away. Just on, the day after, we still need that lead time to lock and finalize everything that we need to finalize. So we're hoping that when they get to P-Core 3 and that declaration, there might be some guidance on sports.
Can I
think, Sabrina, you asked about IEP meetings. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly, but I did want to use that opportunity because I know we do have a special education training going on for parents, and I'm not sure if that's focused on the IEP. But
yeah, that's what we meant.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I know there was some concern about. There's been some concerns in some of the media when they talk to parents about special education and the services that are being provided. And admittedly, especially when we were in the full full lockdown, there was no face-to-face instruction. It was very difficult to provide services to our students. Basically, students and their and families were operating under what we are calling interim IEPs, basically to cover the period of time where students are not able to come to school. Now that we're open to face-to-face, for face-to-face instruction, we do have students, many of our students who've opted to come in for face-to-face instruction, to be able to come in and receive services at school. So that has helped the population of students who've chosen that option. And actually, in some cases, based on their IEPs, they're able to come, for all days that are available during the week. So that's helpful. Now, there's still a large population of students, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, who are still opting to remain at home. And while they are at home, it is still difficult to provide some of the services that are only available, coming to school. So they are still able to take advantage of some of the telehealth, teletherapy types of supports, able to take advantage of the online, platform. If they're enrolled in hard copy, again, there are some challenges there that we see for all students, but especially those who may need that extra support. Hopefully, in the future in the classroom to get that support. And that includes the support of one-to-one aides. I know that's been a topic of many parents. Can we, can the aides come to the home? Can they help, provide services to our kids, where we live? And that's really not, able to be supported. There are just so many, challenges and risks and liabilities that are involved with having an employee, operating within somebody's private residence. So that's something we've been, discussing with parents. But at this point, the goal is to get them back into school.
Right. Yeah, I was referring to the it says preparing your child's IEP meeting. Sessions will provide you with tips for a successful IEP meeting. Sessions are Wednesday, February 24th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. Saturday, March 6, 2021. March 6, 2021, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And today is the deadline to register. I think it's with Cedars.
The Special Education Division has offered numerous sessions, all virtual, at this point for parents, and we've been urging them to continue to do so. Again, the challenge is the IEPs are absolutely critical for determining and agreeing upon the services that every student in special education is able to receive. And that IEP is, forms the basis of our obligation to those students. The challenge is, under the current circumstances, if you're not at school, there are limited, the services available are not as, they're not as available if your student remains at home. So again, if in your IEP, you request the support of a one-to-one aide, that one-to-one aid would be available to you at school. If you're requesting services or related services, such as physical therapy or occupational therapy, those, of course, are also available, but not at your home. So there are a lot of, challenges there. But if you do, come back to school, your IEP is the plan. It's the basis of our obligation, and parents and students have rights that they can assert to ensure that those services are delivered. So again, we want our schools to be safe. We want to improve the environment at our schools. We want the community to be safe so that we can welcome all students back. And I think, and again, because we've given parents the option of choosing, we know that there are parents who say, well, I'm not really comfortable yet with my student going back due to their health, medical situation and so forth. But that's really a part of the challenge that we have to deal with, because until they get to school, some of the services will not be available.
What's been the turnout, the feedback on the learning resource centers?
Well, I'm trying to gather that information. We only basically had a couple of days last week. And so this morning I was trying to get an update. So tomorrow I'll get a better sense of the number of, students who are able to access the learning centers. In my estimation, I think we're going to do a more of a marketing job to ensure that the kids and the parents know that the sessions are available, and start to schedule those planned workshops that we have laid out. So I think we opened the first round, and we kind of did it as a soft opening. We didn't really make a hard push because we wanted to make sure everything was in place, all the staffing details and so forth were worked out. So we do have a lot of posters being developed and things for social media being developed so that we can push that out to all of our families. I think one of the questions that we get are, let's just say we open a center at CL Taitano. I know that there are parents, because I've heard that, who are asking, is that only for their students? And the answer is no. The answer is, if you are a student, private school student, charter school student, public school student, even if you don't go to CL Taitano, you are still able to go to that learning center. So some of that information still needs to get out into the community, and otherwise, I think the assumption is that it's only for the students of that school. But again, it is wide open for any student who lives in that area to be able to go to those learning centers nearby and be able to use the computers and to access the internet. We do have staff there who will be supervising and ensuring, that everything is, orderly and safe, at the site. So that'll be our continued focus. We did meet with the mayors, with a couple of mayors, and we are scheduled for their next mayor's meeting, because I think the other side of the equation is that we do know that there are families in need of the support, and we do know that there are groups and organizations that work with children that could use the space as well. And so we had a preliminary conversation with Mayor Hoffman, Mayor Savaras, as well as Mayor Alec, who is the chair of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And we'll be meeting with the Mayor's Council as a group to give them the updated information and to let them know that, they're able to work with, we want to work with them and partner with them to make sure that they're able to use the learning centers for community needs. So that's something that we know will be very welcome, at least in our initial conversations, very welcome by the mayors to support not just the access to technology, but we are talking about the after-school programs, the summer programs, things that the mayors are always trying to do to keep the kids occupied. Right. We think we can really partner with the mayors to make our facilities available and support the academic enrichment and some of the catching up that needs to happen over the summer.
John, we had a question in our comments. Being PCOR 3, will the traditional graduation ceremony at UOG be considered for, or any of the schools, be considered for 2021 seniors?
So right now, my understanding is that we aren't in PCOR 3 yet, and I don't have all the details on what the guidance will be. But because of the fact that we're in February and we need to plan for any, for any occasion or any circumstance, the high schools have already, with their senior classes, voted on having the grad and go ceremonies this year. So, part of that, of course, has to do with the fact that, the time to plan and to pull everything together for a traditional graduation is very short. The opportunities to raise funds to support those graduation ceremonies and all of the events alongside them has been very limited. And so I guess in anticipation of having to make those, decisions and get the planning underway for the ceremonies, the 6 high schools have opted for grad and go ceremonies similar to what they did last year. I think this time they'll be able to, enhance what they did. Some of the schools last year, as you know, had stages, did all of the live streaming, set up places for photos and so forth. And they did that almost at the very last second. So I think what they wanted to do was give themselves more than, a couple of weeks to make those adjustments, get those arrangements in order. And if they're going to do those the grad and go ceremonies, to be able to enhance it and do much more, be much more creative than they were able to be last year. So that's we have the dates actually tentatively set up, which we shared with the board, and will probably soon push out to the general public, when we're ready to do that.
Anything else from your meeting with the Lieutenant Governor?
Well, if I could offer, we're in the midst of trying to, get a proposal together for the use of the $110 million that GDOE is getting as part of the, I don't know if you call it CARES 2 or the Education Stabilization Fund Part 2. We got $42 million, in phase 1. Phase 2 is $110 million. And as part of our outreach, we are holding 2 sessions with our PTO leadership across the island. And that starts today. So today, Wednesday, February 17th, from 4 to 5:30, we will be online Facebook Live with our elementary school parent leadership groups. And that's from 4 to 5:30. And then from 6 to 7:30 this evening, we will be with our secondary. So that's middle school and high school. So that's those discussions. We will be getting parent input into the types of supports and issues that they want to see addressed with this round of funding. Tomorrow, similarly, from 6 to 7:30, we are going to have a session with special education parents. So we welcome the interest and the participation. We will be tracking it on Facebook Live, tracking questions and comments so that we can answer it in the session. And we will use that as part of our community input to be able to finalize the proposals to USDOE by the end of the month.
Okay. Anything else from your meeting with the Lieutenant Governor yesterday?
Well, he did indicate that P-Core 3 was possible. So, again, I think our focus was, number one, help ensure that we get the vaccinations done for our employees. Number two, we asked him to see if we could get the governor to give us a decision on interscholastic sports. We do want to finalize an MOU with public health to really kind of nail down the relationship that we have relative to immunization, vaccinations, testing, because under P-Core 3 and going forward, we still know that that we're going to need to continue to partner with public health as part of the community strategy. We also, in talking with him about the use of funds, especially on his side, we are talking about supporting at least a first phase of school-based health services as part of our community strategy to, again, to test and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We have been talking long-term about school-based health services, meaning that kids are at school, families come to school, it's a hub in the community. What are some of the basic services that we might be able to provide through our school nurses to those families, whether they be on weekends or after school? And so, we've been talking about that, about the opportunity to also support that with Medicaid funding. And I think the fact that we're now in COVID-19, this pandemic situation, I think underscores the need for that type of community-based healthcare that will basically support public health in its efforts, around the island by having the services delivered where the kids are. So things like immunizations, things like conducting physical exams that are required for the students to be in school. All those types of things can be done and offered at the school level if we do this correctly. So, I think that's part of something that I think will hopefully shape and be able to propose as part of this round of funding.
Just for clarification, those clinics that you're talking about, is just for GDOE students?
At this point, I don't think it would be limited at this point, but we're still designing it. I think it is based on the fact that we know we have a high concentration of students and a high concentration of families that are in our schools. I would venture to guess that a lot of them are going to be eligible for some type of public assistance as well, or Medicaid, or eligible for Medicaid services. And so I think that's the concept that we're starting with. But in terms of who was able to get those services, we haven't really worked out those details. I think right now we're really thinking about, who would staff those services, what types of services would be offered, make sure that we're doing it under the authorization of public health. And then, we can then figure out how, who would be eligible in terms of being able to come and take advantage of those services.
Is there a ballpark figure of like how much that would cost?
Well, the governor has about 33 million, but I don't think it'll cost all that much. So, that's the same answer I get when people ask me. They say, well, I say, how much is it going to cost? And they say, how much do you have? So we have 10 million, but I hope it doesn't cost that much. Just so you know, the funny thing about this is we are working very hard to figure out not just how we want to spend these funds, but making sure that we provide the necessary staffing to ensure the smooth expenditures of those funds. And at the same time, we're listening out, because my understanding is that in Congress, in this third package, there is about 130 billion being set aside for K-12 education. 130 billion definitely overshadows the 80 billion that we got this round. 80 billion translated into 110 million for GDOE. So you can just do the math. 130 billion is going to be, another significant amount that'll be on top of what we've already received. So we are really, thinking medium term, long term, in terms of how we get our kids back into school. With all these funds, we should be able to, hopefully create, maintain, and sustain a safe environment, as we exit this pandemic. So that's our hope and that's our challenge.
You got a big hearing next week, I understand, before Senator Tolina.
Yes, so that'll be our first opportunity. The topics, there are numerous topics, but first is our FY22 budget request. Second, I believe, is focus on the CARES Act funding and getting an update and progress report on that. And then I know there were questions about some of the unaccounted for students, as well as special education. So we'll hope to be able to address those questions and her concerns or any ideas that they might have to offer next week. She has given us some early opportunity to provide that information. So we actually have that information and are providing it to her in advance of the hearing. So hopefully it'll be an opportunity to kind of focus in on areas that that are of importance to the legislature.
Okay. Anything else?
No, as you can tell, my voice is kind of cracking. I've been trying to get through we had a board meeting last night. There's tons of meetings, Zoom meetings, and so it really tests the voice. So hopefully next week I'll be back to normal. But thank you for bearing with me today.
You said there's a board meeting. Anything significant from the board meeting? Any motions, amendments?
Oh yeah, well the board, we have a new board. We have a new chairman and vice chair with Chairman Mark Mendiola and our vice chair, Dr. Mary Okada. So, basically what we've done over the past month is reorganize the board committees, and are kind of focusing in on some of the key areas that are going to really demand their attention, and we're going to really need their leadership and participation. And so in general, what I've told them is, number one, COVID-19 recovery is going to be the top topic of the year. Let's make sure we are meeting and updating and working together to ensure that we get our kids back to school and do so safely for both our kids and our employees. Another major area is going to be facilities. And so facilities, we have a master facilities plan underway, and I need to brief the board and then brief our governor and legislature because we want their participation in this facilities planning so that we can start to tackle some of these key school facility issues that we know have been out there for a while. But we do need a strategy to start funding them. And so we're going to be getting that plan done this year, and we're hopeful that we'll get support and identify some opportunities to fund those projects once that plan is completed. And then the third major area has to do with strategic planning, because this is the year where we need to update our strategic plan. So we do have, this plan is not just for fun. It's to help guide us, through the next 5 years, but definitely needs to be adjusted to reflect everything that we've come through during COVID-19. And we use this plan to basically help guide the federal investments. Now, when we work with US DOE, they want to see our plan. They want to see an alignment of the funding to the plan. So that's also important that we get that done. So this was our opportunity with the board to shore up their team, the committee structures, and we're going to be getting to work this month on getting them involved and help drive some of those initiatives. So we're looking forward to that.
All right, thanks, John.
Yeah, John.
All right, thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate it. See you. There you go. 8:49. Good morning.
Always lots of information from John.
I tell you, all you hear is Breeze pen.
And just a reminder, he did say that they're having the PTO meetings today. It's going to be carried live on Facebook, so if you want to join in on the discussion, post your questions. But it's at 4 to 5:30. I believe he said that was for the elementary. And then there's another one from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Again, these are going to be streaming on GDOE's Facebook page today.
All right, 8:51. We're coming back with Acting Shippo Carlotta Leon Guerrero next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Hi, I'm Teresa Philippine. I'm the FSM Consul General to Guam, and I just got my first shot of the Moderna vaccine for COVID-19 today. Along with me are members of my staff and some of our FSM leaders that are here on Guam.
My name is Balik Noah Keweli. I'm a member of the FSM Congress, and I'm a chairman of Committee on External Affairs. I'm very happy that I'm taking the vaccine today. I'm grateful for the arrangement from the hospital and all those people that are involved in making sure that we get the vaccine today.
I'm Florencio Sincor Harper. I am a member of the FSM Congress. I am the floor leader of the FSM Congress. I was informed by our consulate office that there is this shot given to FSM citizens.
Kaselelye. My name is Rosa Walbacher, and I work for Pacific Islands Development Bank. I just took the vaccine, and I'm feeling good about it.
Siame nagkayan ma ore course nagkay COVID-19 na ne ore kuya kaminta papagi kusekom lesipe na isa ulon. Lomala.
Tontuk awesome tenangay ewa posun vaccine pwede sakit de fiongani ewa coronavirus.
Kom kachla yang ale togen silasin wet when pereti so more coronavirus.
Navay vegavas a community rodai. Rabat megit nagirukri may nebu chomar na coronavirus. Maniyan infeka vaccine. Siro kadambargat mabnanang iflant ngodat.
Good morning. 4-piece band. Isn't that neat? It's like 4-piece, like they're 4-piece. And then they're also a 4-piece band. What do you call that, Jay, in the Fino English?
Wordplay.
Right on. Is it a double...
It's a homonym.
Is it a double entendre?
No, it's a homonym. No.
Homonym? Okay.
Double entendre would be like something like nasty.
Oh. Okay. Not during Lent, my man. 8:55. News. Breaking news this morning. Chicken is meat. I don't know if you were there for that, Bree.
I heard.
Yeah. Did that change your plans at all for Lent?
No.
Not at all. Changed Joe Sir's plans. Joe Sir was he was like, I'm only eating chicken because I'm giving up meat. And anyway. You had to be there. Miss a link, miss a lot. We get all the interviews on our KUAM News YouTube page. So you can check those out. 8:55. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have the acting State Historic Preservation Officer, Carlotta Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Carlotta.
Good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason. Good morning to Guam.
Good morning.
Well, how about this programmatic agreement? I guess we'll just...
well,
I saw the...
What would you...
Go ahead.
What would you like to know about it?
I guess we'll just first address that the concerns. I know that Senator Talina Nelson had come out with some concerns, I think shared by a few people in the community, that the entire process for the PA wasn't really open for public comment in a way that would generate real public comment. And I know that I saw a report that you came out and said that you thought that was good enough, the level of public input that was had. So I guess we'll just start there. How do you respond to these criticisms that the entire process wasn't that accountable or transparent?
Well, what I would say about it is that the number of comments that did come in, there were 18 people or groups that did comment on the programmatic agreement. And from that, 6 amendments were made to the document. So that's a pretty high level of success, I think, for the people that participated in shaping the document, the people that commented. I would say that I'm confident that we took this document and made it much better than the one that was on the books. And the other thing that I'm very confident about is that the mechanism is in place to amend it. We can go back and amend this at any time. So if members of the legislature or the stakeholder groups or activist groups think that something was so blatantly missing and it's so wrong about it, they can put the language together and we can discuss moving it and amending the document.
So I know that there was like one oversight hearing, but when you say that you felt that there was enough opportunities for the public to comment on it, are you referring specifically, Carlotta, to the online comments? And do you feel that?
No, not just that.
Okay.
There were over the period of about 2 years, there were workshops. And for some reason that I don't understand, the only reporter that was in the workshops was from the PDN. I don't know if other organizations, you know, wanted to attend, but the only one that was there was the PDN. So an extensive coverage from the PDN and interviews that were given, meetings that we had with the legislature. I had numerous meetings with Therese Terlahi, some in private, some she came to the SHPO's office. I'd be in her office. She had a roundtable discussion with me and Patrick Lujan and Vera and Joe Kanata and John Mark Joseph that lasted for 3.5 hours at the legislature live on TV. So I feel in the whole process, there were moments and opportunities. But having said all that, having heard all what everybody is saying, I wanted to tell you that going forward, I have been having meetings with Don Munya, KGTF, former Senator Kelly March Titano, who feels that this government could do better at getting comments. And so we've had several meetings. We're meeting again tomorrow to discuss how to use our existing forums and expand to additional forums so that we can do a better job at grabbing public comments.
Can you go over what were the 6 amendments that were made because of public comment?
One of them was the expiration date. Everybody uniformly felt that there should be an expiration date. We thought that the termination clause was so strong that that there was no need for an expiration date. But so we added a 5-year expiration date. That was one of them. Another one was in the document, in the draft document, we had stated that that the Joint Region Marianas had 6 months to provide us all of these documents that we had asked for. And everybody felt very strongly about that. So what happened was Joint Region Marianas did give us within just a short period of time all the documents we had asked for. But what I want to clarify about that is they felt that they had given them to us over the span of months and years. And it's the office that did not have them archived in a cohesive way. So there would be this back and forth of, I don't have the documents. No, we've got a stamp receipt that we gave it to you. So it was like, give it to us all at once so we can say that we've got it all. So that's what that was. I don't think I did a good enough job of explaining why that language was in there. Another one was on traditional cultural property. We said we're going to expand and think and allow for our cultural practices to also be given greater consideration. And one of the comments was, you made that too vague. You should tie that down to something. So we tied it down to National Register Bulletin number 38 on traditional cultural property that tells you exactly what you have to do. So I think that's 4. Another one was that they could tell in the language that when we updated some of the language on that we had used previous language where we had been joined with the Marianas. So it was like it was like confusing language. In one case you're saying this, but in another you're saying that, and we went in and cleaned that up. I think that's 5. I can't think of the other one just off the top of my head, but that they wanted this clause, a clause added on saying that you can't expend funds beyond what you have, something like that. So that was something that was mentioned a number of times.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the letter from Senator Nelson. So I guess she's requesting an AG opinion on the programmatic agreement. She feels that at issue is whether the agreement with the governor's signature is valid in light of a 1982 Superior Court of Guam case opining that if the governor has authority to execute federal laws applicable in Guam, then execution of such laws becomes a subject of local application, which the Guam legislature is empowered under the Organic Act to legislate in such matters to assist the governor in enforcement of his duties. Did you happen to see that letter?
I've seen that letter and I've seen the response to it. Our attorney, my attorney from the SHPO's office is Jessica Toft at the Attorney General's office. And so before she could respond to the senator, since I'm her client, we had a discussion about what that letter says, what she's saying, what she's responding to the senator. And so Senator Nelson will get the response probably today, but yes, I've seen that. And I've seen the response.
So
you disagree?
Wait. You said the AG's office represents the SHPO?
Yes.
And they're asking, the senator's asking the AG's office for an opinion.
Well, I think that one of the things that is clear is the senator was asking if what role the Attorney General's office had in this and in the drafting of the programmatic agreement. And then one of the responses is that they've been involved from the outset. And one of the things that I would like to point out is one of the earliest, I think one of the first meeting that I ever had when I came into Governor Leon Guerrero and Tenorio's administration was with Senator Therese Terlahi, Michael Macchio, the chairman of the Guam Preservation Trust, myself, from the governor's office, Linda Uggan from the SHPO, and Levin Camacho, the attorney general, where Therese was saying that going forth that the SHPO must have representation, legal representation from the attorney general's office. So the one that was the driving force putting this together to make sure that the SHPO had legal representation at every phase of this programmatic agreement was Therese Terlahi, and we're very, very appreciative of her doing that.
Mm-hmm. So what was the response?
I think that the first thing I saw was the explanation that the Attorney General's office had reviewed the document and had been involved from 2019 in the drafting and the implementing of the PA. So I think that was one of the first things that I saw. And then also, I think she said that she disagreed with the citation that was used on the, that it was not appropriate, the citation that was used, and also cited federal law saying that who are the signatories and the governor's authority to be involved, to sign on. So it was a lot of legal citations of why we did what we did and why we disagree on you thinking that this should be applied to by this certain standard. That's a civil statute and doesn't apply to this.
Okay. So basically, hello, where you been? We've been involved since the beginning.
Well, I think that this will be useful information, and I appreciate Senator Nelson going fishing like this, because the idea that when you start to see who was all involved in this, and you start to see that we had legal representation in the Attorney General's office, then that starts to take some of the focus off of how well was this crafted. I think that it's, what I say in the simplest terms is we took it from a D+ to a B, and there's plenty of room of improvement if you want to get from a B to an A+. So that's what I think we can do better with grabbing more public comments. And the thing that I'm discussing with Senator Kelly and Don Munya over KGTF is not just driving comments for programmatic agreements. It's like we're having a conversation about, there's so many comment periods for environmental issues in addition to cultural and historic issues, but on the federal side. But then would we want to expand it if we're going to figure out how to drive public comments in a meaningful, productive way? How do we let people know that there's a zone change in your village in Jericho where they want to put in a steel worker making rebar factory in your village? You know, then you start to go, oh, this could get really interesting. What all could we drive and allow the public to help shape these documents and these changes?
Carlotta, I know you're talking a lot about the closed door meetings, official to official, from the federal military side to the local government side. But I think a lot of these concerns being raised by the senator and then the activist groups are that we didn't have an open public hearing style forum where, you know, the public and members of the public can ask questions to the military. So how feasible is that moving forward, and is that something that your office would support?
Well, I remember a few years ago, Senator, I can't remember which senator it was. I think it was Senator Frank Uggan had oversight, and he brought in Admiral Chatfield and her team for a 7.5-hour oversight hearing. So I know that they have participated in events. I participated with the roundtable discussion early on a Saturday with senators, as well as like Dana Gutierrez, I mean, a bunch of, when it was about the Cervantes Nelsoni. So I've seen them participate when they're asked. Nothing stops Senator Nelson or any other senators from saying, you know, we're going to have an oversight hearing or roundtable discussion, you know, every month. I've offered to meet with Senator Nelson every week if she would like to tell her what I'm seeing and hearing, what I need her help with, what legislation needs to be fixed. A budget is being prepared right now for the cultural repository, the museum, extra help for the SHPO's office. That's going to come in. That's being worked on right now. She's the oversight of historic preservation. We're going to need her help on that too. So there's lots of opportunities where I want to work with Senator Nelson.
All right, thanks, Senator.
Okay. Senator, so I guess you want to work with Senator Nelson. When do we walk the walk on that? Are any plans to sit down with her? Or?
I did. I had about 2 weeks ago, I had a 2-hour meeting with her. She sent me, I think, one FOIA and one request for information. We've replied to everything. She asked me for my cell phone and I gave it to her. So, you know, and then I described to her what happened when I was a senator. Joe T was up here at Adelup, and it was all about military issues. And Joe T offered to me and La Morena to come up to Adelup every Thursday and to get involved with military issues. And we did. Every Thursday for 4 years, La Morena and I would come to Adelup and have lunch with Joe T for 90 minutes and discuss everything that was going on with getting SRF back or getting excess federal lands back, all of those issues. And then we had a role in that. And then we would go back to the legislature and explain to our colleagues what was going on, as well as introduce legislation needed to facilitate what was needed at the time so that we could negotiate that lease for SRF as an example. So I offered that to the senator as an example of a pathway that I have participated in and I've seen have very good results.
So basically, Carlotta, you're saying that the public hearing and workshop and the comment period was enough, and that you feel like we got a fair deal with the PA?
I feel that the deal that we got with the PA is a work in progress. And if something comes up and something changes and new information, or that we can go back to it and we can amend it. Once you're confident that you can go back and amend, then I'm okay to move it along in the process. So I'm confident in the amending process that if we have something that we feel so strongly about, that we can go back.
Last question I wanted to ask about the remains they found last year. It was a Tai'ulu, a headless skeleton, and then I remember there's a recommendation made to preserve in place. Do you have any update on that?
Yes, it was studied, and there was a special ceremony where the governor and the admiral, myself, Vera, and others went there with our state archaeologist and Joe Garrido, who handles the issues around human remains and burials for the government of Guam. We went up there after the site had been studied, and then when it's preserved in place, a basket was the governor placed a basket where the head would have been, and then put dirt over this. And Joe Garrido said some very eloquent remarks about the significance of what had happened at this site and what we were doing here today.
And then so were the remains left there, or were they taken out?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, you have any pictures of that or video?
We didn't take any. It was pretty solemn, and we didn't take any. But I'm sure Joint Region Marianas might have taken some.
And when was this ceremony?
I can't remember exactly, but we were all in masks, so that kind of gives you an idea. It's been in recent times.
Right. Okay, Carlotta. Well,
Maybe within the past 3 or 4 months.
I see. All right. Well, thanks for your time.
Thanks for asking.
There you go.
Take care.
Acting Shippo, Carlotta Leon Guerrero. 9:15 on the link. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with a public auditor, BJ Cruz. As there was a, what did I call it this morning, Jay? A blistering audit released on the Port Authority of Guam. And we'll get all into it with the public auditor right here on the link. Next, good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hatha Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
My command, although I told you I'm a one-woman man, I said I'm a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. Away now, I am a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. You say you're ready, but it's hard to stop. Spilling on the radio, ready or not. Play it, DJ, one more time. Reverse communication, stop. Dub creator, dub of a selector, burn one down all night. Dub creator, dub of a selector, burn one down all night. Lonely little girl, lonely little girl, lonely little girl. It's been a long time coming on me long song. Fresh vibe from me. It takes a talent, natural ability. You can't resist my command. Although I told you I'm a one-woman man, I said I'm a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. Away now, I am a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. Start a fire or control your desire. Surrender to sound, down to the wire. Running the regular dawn patrol. Use a tool as a mic, now stop control. Dub creator, dub of a selector, burn one down all night. Dub creator, dub of a selector, burn one down all night. Lonely little girl, lonely little girl, lonely little girl. It's been a long time coming on me long
All right, here we go. 56 Hope, the local boys.
I am a one-woman man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. You know, interesting note, their name, 56 Hope, comes from the street address of Bob Marley's house in Jamaica. It's 56 Hope Road. Anyway. 9:21. Good morning. BK Big Fish is back for Lent. Get us some. Buy yourself a lot. It's good. It's great. It's crispy. It's fish. It's Lent. Good morning. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Public Auditor BJ Cruz, who just released a blistering audit on the Port Authority of Guam and the payments that were made to at least one employee who was rehired. And this audit was pretty juicy, BJ.
It really wasn't. I think if everybody just looks at even just the executive summary on about the fourth line, we write, while the port's legal remedies with employee Q were generally made in accordance with administrative and judicial review judgments and orders, we found instances of potential non-compliance with applicable laws and regulations, and we listed them. And so I don't understand why it was sent to the AG, because we never made any recommendation to the AG for any wrongdoing. All we were pointing out to the port was that yes, you are an autonomous agency, but there really is no need to act autonomous in these settlements. You can go about this in a orderly fashion and have things written down and have a plan of action of where you're going and what's going to happen. If you go to if the audit, starting on page, I think, 24 to 21, we have the chronology of everything that happened during that, from when the employee was reinstated in July of 18 to November of 2020, and all the different things that happened all the way along, and how contracted legal counsel at the beginning had one opinion, and then subsequently the staff attorney came in December of 2019 and said that he found cases that said that the employee should also be reinstated with increments.
Right.
One of the things that my auditors had problems with, and we have problems with, is that in determining what the increment payment ought to be, the port decided to go with the highest, which was 5%. They justified that because they claimed that the 3 last years of the employee's employment there, he had outstanding reviews. We went and we looked at the performance evaluations, and we found that yes, in 2010, the employee had an outstanding evaluation, and the general manager signed it, certifying it. And that's pursuant to the personnel rules and regulations of the agency. However, in 2011, the performance evaluation was conducted by the supervisor. Again, the supervisor recommended outstanding, but the general manager did not sign off on it. That general manager left. Then in 2012, there was a new general manager, and that general manager also received an outstanding evaluation that year. But by the time that general manager left the port because of her termination with the Port 7, she hadn't signed the evaluation. Late in 2020, the port provided us with documents that showed that the deputy GM of the last administration approved those personnel actions. When we asked the GM, she was unaware of the deputy having signed that. And the response was, I would not have signed it. Why would I give outstanding to someone who I was terminating because of complicity with some issues at the port? But that was found in the files, and that was made the basis of which the 3 previous years were marked as outstanding.
Right. And then VJ, so basically, I mean, just to break this down into super layman's terms, there were 5 outstanding evaluations given, and only 2 of them passed muster. Is that what you're saying?
Only 1 passed
Only
muster.
1. And then, so how much money it was? Like, I think I read it was $90-some thousand at the other 4.
Yeah. And if you take the time to read the report, as you did, you'll find that my auditors have prepared a chart where they showed if the employee had received the 2% increment that we thought it should receive, the employee should receive, how much that would have meant, the increment that the employee would have received, as opposed to the 5% that was granted by the port. And we went through all 5 years with that, and we calculated that the difference between 2% and 5% were compounded over those several years came to $96,000 in difference.
Right. So it's not just chump change. That's $100,000.
No. And what yes, they could do the 5% if they wanted to, as they had justified it. But our position was, as stewards of the public money, and just because you're autonomous, that doesn't mean that that's not public money that you're working with. Those are tariffs that you impose on shipments that come in, and those tariffs are added on to the cost of the goods. Consequently, your can of Spam is increased for every dollar that they need down there for their operations. And this $96,000 for this one employee, we don't know what. We haven't done the study on the remaining employees. If each of them is overpaid by $96,000 or $100,000 total, and there's 9 of them, I mean that's up to almost $1 million.
Yeah. I mean,
and so we just were recommending, please look at how you do this. And we had question of how could a successor port general manager approve a performance evaluation of an employee who that new GM had not worked with during that year.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, it's like having, your boss 5 years down the line sign that you did wonderful in 2014.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it, but I mean, not with public money. It's a little different. I just want to go over some of the juice in here, BJ. Specifically, the audit found that the port adhered to certain terms and conditions of employee Q, and just in doing the math, we're able to deduce that employee Q was the comptroller, Jojo Guevara. Anyway, so they put the port adhered to certain terms and conditions of employee Qs that were not required by the Civil Service Commission or the court's judgments, such as the highest number of incremental substeps were granted based partly on 2 prior years' outstanding performance evals, which is what we just discussed. A 6% interest charge was paid to employee Q without any court order requirement, negotiated terms, and proper calculation. Successor management approved salary increments that their predecessors did not approve of themselves. Legal remedies were executed without seeking the board of directors' board ratification by resolution and without a formal agreement and liability release until after the final payment in May of 2020. And different legal opinions resulted in delay and certain unorganized remedial actions. So while you kind of characterized it at the beginning of the interview as there were some, technical issues, to me it looks like, you throw enough mud on the wall, pretty soon it's a dirty house. And that's what it kind of looks like with these different findings.
Yes, I mean, and all we were doing as auditors is recommending a better way of doing things. Yes, by statute, judgments can have up to, as the law says, up to 6% interest. The port can and should have negotiated that. There's no requirement that it has to be 6%. I mean, even with rev and tax, when your tax payments are late, or if when they don't pay you in time, the interest that they pay you for the money that they owe you, it's not always 6%. There have been years where it was as low as 3% or 2%. And so it just depends on what the year is, especially now with, if you had any money and try to put it in a savings account, your interest is less than 1%. But the employee, in this case, the highest 6% was granted. And so we recommended maybe you should have negotiated it. And we even pointed out the Office of Personnel Management in the federal government, when paying back wages to employees, at one point was only paying 3%. Then by law, it increased to 4%, then it increased to 5%. But there was a range, and we were just suggesting maybe you can and should have negotiated a different rate as opposed to the 6%, because that in our calculation was more, especially when you're doing the 6% on the back wages, including the additional $96,000.
When you read through, though these responses, the 37 pages, I just gotta ask: were you or any of the auditors a little bit offended? I mean, some of the responses, it is factually incorrect, misleading.
Sounds like they're really butthurt about it, BJ.
Yeah.
Well,
we respectfully disagree.
Well,
it goes on
yeah,
and on.
you can. My auditors did chafe at that 37-page response, and so I allowed them in this audit to have. I think it starts on page 30 to 39, a back and forth where the assertion of the port was stated, and the response of the audit team was put in. So we addressed every assertion or allegation that of misdoing that they pointed out in their or asserted in their letter.
Page 38. We evaluated port management's responses to our audit findings and find that the port management needs to carefully read and understand our findings, which we presumed was well understood based on our 2 virtual meetings with Port's GM. Port management repeatedly questioned our professional judgment as auditors and the integrity of our audit process. Wow.
The auditee is free to agree or disagree. Go ahead, Peter.
They wanted to have removed from the draft and the final report any discussion about the mitigation. And my auditors responded, no, we want to point this out because the GM believed that there was no need for mitigation. He believes
and guys, just so you know, the mitigation, basically what that means, BJ, is if like I got fired from the port and then it took me 7 years to get my job back, but in that time I worked somewhere for a couple years earning an income, the mitigation would be you would minus that income that I earned from my back wages, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And
thankfully, thankfully, the employee himself felt that he should provide mitigation, and he was the one that recommended that be deducted. If he had not, the port would have gladly not mitigated the salary and paid the full amount, nearly $500,000 of back pay. But thankfully, the employee was honest enough to say, no, I do believe that I earned a couple of $100,000 over this period, and it should be
$209,000.
Well, at least somebody was honest.
Yeah.
BJ, so with this audit finding, how much was this employee overpaid according to your office's audit? And what remedy is there for the people of Guam? Does this employee have to pay back this overpayment, or
no? We're not recommending that the port pay it back. That the employee pay it back, because the employee received it from the port, who believed that what they were doing was correct, and they were doing it pursuant to, they claimed, to legal counsel's advice. And all we were saying that we believe that if they had used the 2% instead of the 5%, that the port would have saved $96,000. And we believe that in our calculation of the $95,000 that they paid in interest, that our calculation was only that interest would have been $77,000. So that $18,000 difference in interest calculation plus the 96 adds up to the 114 that we believe the employee was overpaid. But he wasn't wrongfully overpaid and so shouldn't be required to repay. We're just pointing out to the port that they could have saved $114,000 had they done it differently, had they negotiated it, had they realized that the interest should have been negotiated, and also the back pay and the increments should have been at the minimum increment per annum as opposed to the maximum.
So basically, you're saying that he got the most sweetheart of the sweetheart deals. So if it's a scale, BJ, from like baseline, we're going to give you your back wages, no increments. You know, we're not going to do anybody any favors more than we have to. And then the other side of that scale is we're going to try and throw you $100,000. We're going to, you know, we don't want to mitigate your wages. We just throw you all this money.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, if the employee hadn't said anything about mitigation, they would have just paid the full amount. And also, we recommended that they go back to the port. It was in June of 19 that the port was asked for a $600,000 authorization. But throughout the rest of 2019 and 2020, when all of these payments went out, nobody went back to the board to present to the board, these are the payments that we made, and this is the reason that we paid it. Yes, it's under the $600,000, thankfully. But still, the board should have been apprised of what all the payments were comprised of. They shouldn't have to find it out on an audit that this office publishes. It should have been something that had been presented and that they had ratified that this was proper expenditure of their $600,000 that they had authorized. And there was question about that. The other thing that I want to point out is that the port had real problems with our making mention of the fact that the port pay plan not only includes a different kind, the salary increments, but we wanted the legislature to understand, yes, there are maybe 3,000 employees in the autonomous agencies that have the Searle study with them, and but there are 10,000 other GovGuam employees out there who don't have the same ability to be able to increase their salary. In GovGuam, when an employee reaches step 7, he doesn't get an annual increment or re-evaluation. It becomes every 18 months. And once the employee reaches step 10, which is a much higher salary, at that step, the employee doesn't get reviewed and eligible for an increment except every 18 months. And if you pass step 10, the employee doesn't get an increment evaluation until after a 24-month difference. Right. And so consequently, the salaries of the autonomous agencies are increasing annually, and some of the really high salaries are increasing at 6% annually, when in GovGuam, the salaries have been stuck. The director of administration is making the same amount as he's made for the last 15 years, and doesn't get that office doesn't get an increment because it's at the legislature and it's a political appointee. But these political appointees that go to the autonomous agencies can get an increase annually, and that's why it wasn't, as you guys didn't, it wasn't so pointed out in the last audit that we did. That's how, when we studied the port's general manager's salary, it increased from 110 to 160 in 6 years.
BJ, I wanted to ask, with this settlement, right? I remember something when John Fernandez had his settlement, it had to be approved by the legislature. Is it because the port is an autonomous agency that we didn't see? Because I'm just trying to figure out who failed here. Why are we talking about this, a year after the fact? Who was supposed to have eyes on this type of thing? Who was supposed to look at it and say, oh, no, you're overpaying the guy by, $100,000?
Well, it really should have been within the port. And that's we're only saying that it's our judgment that the employee should have been paid at the 2% rather than the 5%. The port believes it's 5%, and that's what was paid. Okay. But the thing is that the board should have been apprised of what the decisions were going along, and so they know what was happening. But we wouldn't have done this had it not been for some of you in talk radio that were wondering whether there was mitigation. I think you remember that was a big issue just before the pandemic. Did the Port 7 mitigate their salaries? And that initially was the main reason that we were going into this. But when we went into it, we found other things that we felt that we had to point out.
So since you guys are just pointing things out in this audit, you're not asking for anyone to pay back any sort of money. So when you saw the press release from the port, were you like, what? Why are they bothering writing this?
Well, they didn't write to us. They wrote to the AG.
No, when you saw the press release, though.
Right.
Yeah, and I think if people had taken the time to read, as I pointed out to you, in the very first page, in the very first paragraph, in line 4, we say that they generally followed statute and court orders and regulations, but we found some things that we wanted to point out that maybe it could have been a better practice. And we wanted to point that out because as auditors, we feel it's our responsibility to help the agencies understand that they are stewards of the public trust of money, and that wherever they can save money by doing things in a different way, we think we should point it out. That doesn't necessarily mean that we think that the employee has to repay it. That when we in our other audits, if we believed that it was wrong, that the employee had done something wrong to receive it, then we made recommendations for repayment, or recommended to the AG that they do something about trying to see whether or not repayment was due. But in this one, we made no such recommendation because we understood that it was that the port believed that they could do the 5-step because successive general managers were signing 5-year-old performance audits or 7-year-old performance audits from previous administration. And we were like, how could that possibly be good practice?
So this is just the first of what, 7 or 8 more audits that you guys are conducting? Should we expect more of the same?
I don't know. I hope not. Yeah. I'm hoping that we can consolidate the remaining 7 or 8 into one. We just felt that we needed to separate Q from the rest because of all these other things that we were finding. One, that the port never had a settlement agreement with employee Q. Employee Q presented the port in June of 18 with a list of demands, but the port never negotiated it and said, yes, we'll pay this, and this is how much we'll pay. This is how much we'll pay for this, and this we'll pay this at this amount. It was just, oh, we'll pay this, and then we'll pay this, and oh yeah, I commend to you reading the chronology, starting on page 21. And you'll see why my poor auditors thought that this was just a mess.
Unorganized, the audit called it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unorganized.
So BJ, it kind of seems like obviously we were fighting this whole Port 7 settlement all the way until Rory got in, and then just reading in between the lines of your audit, it kind of seems like it turned into the wild, wild west. Let's close this thing. Let's pay these people out. Let's overpay them. Let's not involve the board. So you're confident that in your audit's findings and the conclusions that it makes, that there's no type of wrongdoing that merits any type of repayment or anything? Because it, like I said, the audit, it throws a lot of mud on the wall. But you're saying that, basically it was borderline legal.
No, it's not mud on the wall, Chris. We're just, as auditors, pointing out how you could do better. Our performance audits are supposed to be things where we go in and we say, yes, you've been doing this thing properly, but you could do this better if you did this.
For 37 pages.
Yes.
Some may argue, though, that if they hadn't been wrongfully terminated in the first place, we wouldn't be in the position that we are now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, some might also argue, that being said, doesn't mean we got to throw on an extra $100,000 just for kicks. Right?
You know, that's...
Let's go with it, BJ.
Is not that there be any repayment. We're just recommending that the port establish practices that when someone's reinstated, rather than going back and going to the last three evaluations, that there be a standard where it's either at the minimum 2% or 1% increments, and but it doesn't necessarily have to be the 5 or 6% had the employee gotten excellent ratings the previous years.
Is that standard, BJ? When you have an employee who's terminated, then they get their job back, then they get the back wages. Does it always include outstanding evaluations or any type of evaluation and increment?
Well, in the opinion of the legal counsel, he had found cases elsewhere. It hadn't been done here. That's why contracted legal counsel initially, when employee Q was reinstated, just reinstated the employee and paid back wages at the salary that the employee was terminated at.
Right.
I have to admit that previous terminations on island haven't taken 7 years to resolve. And so maybe something else had to be done. And thankfully, they did some legal research and pointed out that in other states that it included the increments that the employee should have received.
But it's never been done on Guam.
Differing legal opinions. Right. And so there should have been some standard or a court order that said that had to be repaid.
Right. Interesting.
Which attorney? Is this the previous? Is this Mike Phillips, or I can't remember who was the port
So I
attorney?
think the contracted legal counsel would be Mike Phillips, and you're saying that he was like, let's pay this guy back just the wages, no sugar on top, no cherry, no whipped cream.
But then the port hired a in-house counsel,
Right.
an in-house
And they
counsel,
basically rubber stamped everything they wanted to do, pretty much.
and then they changed it all.
Right. So nowhere in the territory of Guam has an employee ever been awarded back wages with increments. It's only happened off this island. Correct or not correct?
I don't know, but we were recommending that if they were going to be brought back on,
Because it's an assumption. It seems like a lot of assumption. Like you're assuming that.
Increments and unsigned increments? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are the problems that Congress had when they were reviewing.
Making my head itchy over here. So it's absolutely unheard of that an employee loses their job, gets hired back, and then not only do we got to pay back their back wages, we got to pretend that they would have been outstanding for every year that they were out of work, and then pay them another, 5% or something, equaling a grand total of $90-some thousand outside of what they would have got had they received like the baseline evaluation.
Right.
Yeah. So it's unprecedented, in other words.
We weren't able to find it, and the legal counsel found it in other jurisdictions, not on Guam. It wasn't. They didn't cite any Guam.
Where did they have to go find that at? Was it like a third page Google or?
I don't know, because the legal opinion.
It was the last page. They're like
was
Timbuktu.
only
Oh, there's president. Yep, we got it in Timbuktu. They reinstated a guy and they gave him a. They consider that.
Not like.
It's just a bit of a stretch. Yeah. And you're not saying, just to clarify, BJ, because you said that you wanted to say that it also never took anyone 7 years to get their job back. But that being said, that doesn't mean that you're not justifying it, right? And saying that, it took them 7 years, so, give them everything they can get.
However, there is no written letter denying employee Q his increment. Therefore, employee Q's increment for 2012 has been effectuated.
For the first time in the history of Guam. Well, at least we're making history.
And we found interesting was the fact that deputy GM signed off on it in 2013 and just kept it in the file without telling the GM. And port management now says, well, the GM could have rescinded it. And the GM claims she was not aware that the deputy had signed it. And so I don't know what's going on down there, but it's
unorganized.
Is it unorganized, BJ? Be careful what you say. I don't want to get attacked for this.
No. It's in the chronology.
Yeah, that's unorganized. They said it.
Page 20, chronology.
What do they say about unorganized? Did they agree or disagree with that?
It's if you want to
disagree.
Yeah, what is it? What page is that, Bree?
Which one? My God, it's page 30 all the way to page 39.
I want to say our viewers, our listeners are the reading type. So, Jay, if we could put that in the comments, the link, and then guys, go read it. It's just really, for the port, and hey, it's a free country. They can respond to whatever they want. But to take the time and the energy to sit there and nitpick every single thing for 37 pages. It's 37 pages of disagreeing with the public auditor. Who does that? Has anyone ever done that, BJ?
No.
No. Okay. So no one has ever disagreed 37 pages worth.
Well, no, they may disagree,
right, but not to the tune of 37 pages.
And so that's why my auditors felt compelled to respond to the assertions, and so they addressed them individually.
So just for the record, do you stand by your auditors? Because it sounds like the port thinks you guys don't know what you're doing.
I stand by my auditors, and I'm very proud of them. They're underpaid, but I'm very proud of them.
Right on. Well, maybe they need to get an increment for outstanding for dealing with this 37 pages and having to respond to all this stuff. Maybe give them a day off. See, at this point, there's really nothing we can do but laugh about this because it's not like the AG is going to do anything. He probably already got his opinion written. They probably wrote it for him. What do you make of that, though, BJ? Like, what is the AG going to do to you?
I don't know. I don't want to second guess.
Is that like a normal channel when you have an issue with an audit?
I only do what I do. We do the audits, and that's it.
Is that the remedy, though, when you get an audit that you don't like, that you go tattletale to the AG? Or is that just in the normal the chain of command, if you will?
There could have been a request for a legal opinion as to what step should have been used. Should have been the 5 or the 2.
Or the none.
Do we count unsigned performance audits? Performance evaluations. And our position is that a performance evaluation is it of no value if it doesn't have the GM signature. And it should have been signed by the GM that was the boss of the time during that year.
Right.
And if that GM didn't sign it, then the GM didn't sign it.
So
And
who
it's
signed
not
it?
so-
Was Rory like, hey, give me that, I'll sign it?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the deputy general manager in 2013.
Who was
signed
that,
off.
man? BJ, I can't remember back to 2013.
It was the
Deputy.
deputy general manager of operations.
Give me initials.
No.
Okay. So it was Deputy Port General Manager B.
Yes.
Okay.
So anyway,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Tell the auditors we said hello.
Hey, you know what? Give him a pat on the back. Tell him the people of Guam said thank you. That's the people's port down there. Lest we forget. Port strong.
Thank you.
Yeah, tell him that. Say Nino Chris said good job. Way to go. Keep it up.
Okay.
Give him a hard time. That's what you're there for. You're not there to kiss ass. You're there to give him a hard time. Whether or not they disagree with it.
Point out better ways that you can do things.
Amen. All right, BJ.
Thanks, PJ.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm telling you, it's the read of this new year. It's on the Mongmong Totu Mighty bestseller list. The new audit from the port, the public auditor on the Port Authority of Guam. I mean, guys, just this back and forth with the port disagreeing with everything. I mean, they've disagreed even with the font the audit was printed with. I mean, it's 37 pages. That's just a lot of. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, you could tell they were offended.
They were so offended, bro. They don't take criticism too well down there at the port. I mean, so bad that if you ask them, hey, are you drug testing people, they turn it into, oh, everybody's on drugs at the port. They're saying you guys are on drugs. It's a little much, guys. Really, it's a little ridiculous. But one thing you can say in the black and white of it is that the public auditor.
I just keep going back to that.
It's funny. Read it. Come on.
We evaluated port management's responses to our audit findings and find that port management needs to carefully read and understand our findings, which we presumed was well understood based on 2 virtual meetings with Port's GM. Port management repeatedly questioned our professional judgment as auditors and the integrity of our audit process. We stand by our professional judgment, which under GAS includes GAGAS includes
under the GAGAT.
Includes a questioning mind and critical assessment of evidence. As such, we offer our report readers appendices containing the documents to which port management repeatedly interprets. While certain records provided by the port are protected by our enabling legislation, the previously mentioned appendices are of documents already publicly posted by Port, CSC, or the courts. The auditee is free to agree or disagree with our audit findings and recommendations. We will not compromise our objectivity based on Port's current and prior management's view of employee Q. Under GAGAS, we adhere to the validity, reliability, relevance, and sufficiency of our audit evidence, which is comprised of the records presented to us by Port Management, as well as the pertinent judgments and orders obtained on CSC and the Judiciary of Guam's websites. These records, judgments, and orders form the basis of our audit findings and conclusion.
Now, I'm just going to break in here. Now, GAGAS stands for, it's an acronym. It stands for Generally Accepted Government Auditing Standards. So just baseline.
Mm-hmm.
They adhere to the baseline parameters of how you do an audit. The port, they're not auditors. They're the port. And so it was just funny because this whole last part, and I don't think that BJ wrote this. I think it was the auditors, but I could just see BJ like wagging his finger like, we got standards over here, guys. We got standards. But I'm just going to say, of all the audits they ever done, no one has ever responded in this way, ever, in the history of audits conducted by the Office of the Public. I mean, this even includes Doris Flores Brooks. The audit she did, no one ever spewed off 37 pages. Vindictive much? So anyway, we tried to get Rory on. I really wanted him to come on. Because I wanted him to come on with BJ and have them go like, and then, But it didn't. And it was just funny because Rory is like, he doesn't want to come on and make any comments because they forwarded it to the AG. And, like I told you guys earlier, I was like, dude, you did 37 pages worth of comments. What, you got nothing else to say? Give me another 10 pages. Come on, you're on a roll. Really, guys, if you think I'm going hard, just go read this report. It's freaking hilarious. And it's reality. That's what's more scary is this. This is the reality of what's going on at the port, and what we're seeing now is there's not enough scrutiny down there. I mean, they had an oversight hearing with Senator Talina, and Rory was just so disattentive. He was like, oh, you want to know who's criminal? You tell me. No, you tell me. No, you give me some names. And they let that fly down there at the legislature. I don't get it, really. And so when you have this level of scrutiny with this audit that comes out, I think it's great. It's good for the people of Guam. We got to know what's going on. And you can always tell how true something is by how mad people get about it. Anyway, I'm kind of over. I'm doing my 37 pages right now. It's 10:05. We're KUAM FM. I got Nick Guam. Bree.
Yes.
Good job.
Good job.
Takeaways this morning.
Go read.
Read yourself the audit. Hey, guys, read a book for Lent. Read an audit. Main takeaway, though, guys, chicken is meat. There you go. All right, let it be known. Liturgical law, as cited and quoted by Father Paul Guffigan. Guys, I'll see you at Ash Wednesday Mass. We put the schedule up in the comments. Wishing you and yours a very blessed and holy Lenten season on this February 17th. It's Wednesday. The show has been brought to you by Carrier, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hey, you know what? Laughter is the best medicine. It's right up there with penicillin. 10:05, your go-to jam is on the way right here on The Breeze. Thanks for jamming with us on the link. Gonna leave you with this one. Beg Magalahi Lazama. Hungan Magayet. We're KUAM FM. Magat Guam. This is The Breeze. Esta. Adios.
Hungan Magayet. Isaac man. King Guam sa iban.